This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years, and if you are present in the chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of the councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless you've agreed for this beforehand. I ask that we are respectful to one another in debate during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind fellow councillors to have regard to the 7 principles of public life, also referred to as the Nolan Principles, which are also set out in the council's adopted code of conduct. These are selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. Right, first of all, apologies.
Councillor Barnier.
Councillor Barnier, yes.
And Councillor Patel and Councillor Littu was going to be late.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other? I think we're sorted now. Thank you. Can I have approval that the minutes of the last meeting were correct? Aye? Right, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, so any declarations of interest? No, thank you. Call over. So we're going to go, I will read out the other agenda items that are available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve an item for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Item 9, the Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan. Councillor Hilton, Councillor Pullen and Councillor Chambers, Alistair Chambers. Okay. Anybody else? No. Okay. Item 10, City Centre Conservation Area, Appraisal and Management Plan. No. Okay. Item 11, the Capital Strategy 2024-25. No. Item 12, the Treasury Management Strategy 24-25. Sorry. No. And item 13, the Pay Policy Statement 24-25. No. Okay, thank you.
So,
right.
So item 9 has been reserved for discussion.
Yes, 9, sorry. So item 9 has been reserved for discussion. Now call upon the leader of the council to move a motion to ask council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion.
Madam Mayor, I ask your indulgence to stay seated while I make any announcement.
Yes,
thank you.
Of course.
So council is asked to resolve that the recommendations of those reports which have not been reserved for discussion be approved.
And I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is the seconder, so is that supported? Aye, everyone? Raise your hands up. Come on, what's the matter with you? Wakey, wakey. Right, thank you. Public question time. Questions from members of the public and responses from cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. I will now invite those who submitted questions to ask one related supplementary question. I would ask members of the public to proceed directly to the question, which will be answered without discussion, after which members of the public should return to their seat unless they have more than one question on the schedule. We have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible.
So the first one is Mr. Randolph. Is he here?
Mr. Randolph.
No, not here.
No.
The next one is Mr. Whitefield.
Mr. Whitefield?
No? Okay, Mr. Chilcott.
Mr. Chilcott? No?
No? That's it.
Petitions and deputations now. We've been notified there's one petition from Councillor A. Chambers. You have 3 minutes to present the petition, after which I shall invite the cabinet member to respond. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm presenting the petition on fly tipping in our city. As you're aware, fly tipping has increased year on, year off. The biggest ward of fly tip issues is Barton and Treadworth, followed by various other areas. I think Matson's like the fourth worst, which has been improved since myself and Brendan have been the ward councillors. So the name of the petition is to increase fines for people found fly tipping in our city, to increase them to a fine amount that's substantial to discourage them in fly tipping, and to make the cost 3 times fold of what it would cost for a skip. So in the interests of a fly tipper, they'd rather spend £200 on a large 8-yard skip rather than a £1,000 fine for the likelihood of being caught fly tipping. And then the petition basis is that that fine is split between officers' time and as well as in investing in more CCTV in fly tip spots. For example, myself and Brendan are meeting one of the Waste Department council officers to review areas of fly tipping hotspots in light of trying to get some CCTV in there. The barriers and hurdles to getting the CCTV in there is down to cost and finances. With the fly tipping increased fine, there'd be opportunities for the council to be able to invest in CCTV without that being the burden of the taxpayer. So it helped reduce fly tipping, it helped save the council money, and it generates income to make our city centre and surrounding districts safer by the creation of further CCTV paid for directly by those committing the offences. I hope all will support the motion. And at present, it's got 200 plus, I think about 293 signatures, not the 1,000 reached just yet to create a motion. Obviously, that would be, hopefully, it would reach 1,000 signatures by the new council year. And hopefully there'll be some good councillors here that would support that motion and get it in place for the next period. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for presenting this petition. I certainly agree that we need to be strong in terms of dealing with fly tipping, but I think we need a conversation about the effect of increasing those fines. So officers and the Cabinet member will consider the petition and revert in due course with possible amendments to the Council's policy.
I've sent it electronically.
To receive announcements, I've got a couple myself to begin with. Those Councillor Sergeant Patel isn't here this evening. I'd just like to let everybody know that he's received a High Sheriff of Gloucestershire Police Award, which he will receive next week. And it's to formally recognise his contributions to policing in his ward over the years that he's been a councillor. And he will receive that from the Chief Constable, Rod Hanson. Obviously, we'd give him a nice applause. I don't know if you could give him applause, he might watch it later. So, thank you. And the next one is, just to let you know that Councillor Justin Hudson, our Sheriff, has kindly donated a new board for the Sheriff's Room to record future elected sheriffs of Gloucester. The last board has come to its end. This is a very generous gift, and I would like to thank him on behalf of the council, and it should be erected soon. So just to let you know that's happening. Thank you. Right, the leader of the council, do you have a...
Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, we've got some long service awards. I beg your pardon. So who's the...
So the first one, 20 years, is Councillor Barnier.
Oh, yes, he's not here. Got a 20-year award here for Councillor Barnier, so he will get it. I don't know how, but we'll get it to him as soon as we can. Probably Billy could take that, couldn't he? The next one is for 10 is...
10 years to Councillor Pullen.
10 years to Councillor Pullen. So well done.
Come up,
Come up, Councillor Pullen. Come on. Thank you. These can take photos.
Well done, Terry.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Right, so The next one then is the Leader of the Council. Do you have any announcements?
Yes, Madam Mayor. My first announcement is that I visited the Transport Hub yesterday to see the newly installed public art in the form of 12 stained glass panels displaying aspects of Gloucester's history over the past 2 millennia. They've been a very long time coming, primarily because of the COVID-caused supply chain delays, but they're here now and should be informative when interpretation boards are installed. I've heard that public feedback has been very positive. Second announcement is that I had some feedback from the Gloucester Park personnel that they've been measuring out for the COVID memorial. I think that Councillor Pullen will be very interested in that because we should have that complete by before the end of April, but they're starting having measured it all out. My third announcement is to thank all the councillors from the Conservative group who are intending to leave the council at the elections in May. In no particular order, I will name them. Paul Tolman, who has for many years been a stalwart representative on the Planning Committee. He was also Heritage Champion and sat on the Gloucester Historic Buildings Board. So thank you, Paul. I think you've done a great job while you've been a councillor. Andrew Durdy, who sat on audit and was most recently spokesperson for Overview and Scrutiny. When he joined the council 3 years ago, he was expected to be very active on the council, but pressure of work has limited his time available. But thank you for everything that you've done. Gordon Taylor. Ever since I joined the authority, he's been chair of planning, and throughout that time, he's earned respect from all for his measured approach in dealing with even the most contentious planning applications. He's also served in planning policy, climate member working group and general purposes committee. Thank you for everything that you've done, Gordon. Steve Morgan, currently vice chair of the planning committee, but also sits on planning policy, climate members working group and audit and governance. For several years prior, he'd worked as a cabinet member for culture and leisure until leaving that 2 years ago. Without Steve and Gordon, planning particularly will be greatly changed. Thank you, Steve. Ray Padilla joined the council 3 years ago, but his work in the NHS and his natural empathy made him an obvious pick to join cabinet in the difficult role as cabinet member for communities and neighbourhoods. His workload has increased greatly with a promotion and a transfer to working in Worcester. So I can well understand his need to prioritise his work. But thank you for everything that you've done, Ray. It's been great. Hannah Morgan, currently Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member. Hannah Norman, currently Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources. Quite simply my right arm in her ability to understand the finances of the authority and her help in dealing with personnel issues within the group. Leaving the authority to further her career is their gain and our loss, but I wish her well. Thanks very much, Hannah. Finally, I am also not standing for election in May. Most members will know that I underwent major surgery last year, and I had hoped for a speedy and robust recovery, which has failed to materialise. There is no doubt that to do the extent of work necessary to accomplish the leader's workload requires stamina which I no longer have. Making this decision has been difficult, but it is unfair to try to do a job which ends up being done by others without due credit to them. I am very aware that most members in my group don't want to see me go, but I am too proud to be carried. The time I have been leader, now 4.5 years, has been very difficult. COVID, the cyber attack, the demise of Aspire and other events have created difficulties, but we've surmounted them. I leave behind a legacy of Gloucester's regeneration, the Forum, the University campus, Greyfriars to come, house building at record highs, both in the city centre and surrounding areas, and a council plan which is delivering the changes and improvements we need to make the city a better place for our residents, workers and visitors. I am very proud of the achievements during my time as leader, but all good things come to an end. It is time for someone younger to see things through to their inevitable successful conclusion. I'm also very proud to have worked with the officers who I have around me. Their dedication is inspirational.
Yes, any of the retiring councillors like to reply? Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and please excuse me if I'm a little bit croaky, head cold and a little bit emotional as well. Firstly, can I begin by thanking you wholeheartedly for your service to Gloucester during your civic year, and in particularly the dignity, the common sense and the patience you've shown whilst chairing these council meetings. And my sincere thanks also to the Sheriff for his hard work and enthusiastic support for the civic offices. Thank you. And almost top of my list has to be my wife, Sally, whom I must say particular thanks to. She's been a great support. She's shown patience and understanding during the 30 years of my involvement in local politics. And next, my thanks to the people of Grange ward in Tuffley, who've seen fit to return me as one of their city councillors, and likewise to my fellow ward councillor Sylvia Evans, and also to County Councillor Dave Norman for their friendship, help and hard work over the recent years. I believe that together we've been able to make some small contribution to improving people's lives and their environment. Also, Madam Mayor, at this point I would like to say a few words about our retiring leader, Richard, and his deputy, Hannah. When the need arose, they both reluctantly stepped forward to take on these difficult and demanding roles. It is lasting testament to their determination, common sense, and just plain human decency that they have been able to steer this council through so many unprecedented crises whilst driving forward the physical and cultural regeneration of Gloucester. They will not be a difficult act to follow. They will be an impossible act to follow. Okay. And I thank you both and I wish you well wherever the path of life takes you. I applaud all the cabinet members, both past and present, for your hard work whilst taking on these challenging roles, whether in the rare good times or in the many tough times. Questioning, criticising and doubting is easy, but actually getting things done is very much harder. I also wish to acknowledge and commend the part played by previous leader Paul James and other past councillors who gave so much to the city over many years. My thanks next to all our City Council officers, both past and present, for their good advice and courtesy to me, while serving with professionalism the people of Gloucester. My thanks also to my excellent Conservative group colleagues, but also here I include the Labour and Lib Dem councillors, past and present, for their obvious commitment to us all working together to make Gloucester a better place to live, work and visit. Madam Mayor, I ask your indulgence just a moment longer. One further point. I hope my 21 years as a councillor in opposition and in administration will give some added weight to these my final comments. The progress made in Gloucester over recent years has been as a result of cooperation, partnership, tolerance, mutual respect, and quite often a good dose of good humour. But over the past couple of years, an atmosphere of unpleasant confrontation has crept into council proceedings. In my view, there is no place for intolerance, verbal aggression, theatricality, or personal agendas, because what we do here is too important to the lives of so many people. And we all know that as such behaviour it is wholly counterproductive. Thank you, and as Pam would say, God bless.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say a few words as this is going to be the last time that I'll be standing in this chamber as a councillor. Although serving the residents of Quedgley and Gloucester has been an absolute honour, I find I'm no longer able to manage those demands along with my professional career and trying to have somewhat of a work-life balance. I would, however, like to say some thank yous. Firstly, thank you to the residents of Quedgley for putting their faith in me over 3 elections in 9 years. I hope I have not disappointed you. Thank you to the numerous community groups we have in Quedgley, Knitter Natter, the Men's Shed, Tea at 2, Gloucestershire Bundles, the Spring Centre. The work you all undertake is outstanding in tackling social isolation, supporting residents in need and raising charitable funds. You are all part of why I believe Quedgley is the best place to live in Gloucester. Now, a few words for the wider team Quedgley, or the mafia that we have sometimes been known as. So thank you to Mark Hawthorne and Duncan and Jackie Hall for driving our electoral success in recent years. Thank you to former City Councillors Deb Llewellyn and Dave Norman, who have both held my cabinet portfolio and given me excellent advice over the years. I do love them both dearly. To my fellow Quedgley councillors, Andy Lewis, thank you for encouraging me to stand, which ensured that I was able to experience this role. And thank you for that lemon drizzle cake that I finally got after 9 years. Justin Hudson, thank you for embracing Quedgley. I'm delighted that you joined us and that you had the opportunity to experience the role of sheriff, which you were doing so impeccably. Thank you to Stephanie Chambers for your support and being my ward and cabinet colleague in recent years. I think we've made a truly amazing team. I see you all as friends and look forward to supporting you all in the future as you continue your political careers, and I will definitely be your biggest cheerleader. Thank you to all my cabinet colleagues over the years. I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved as a team. It's not always been easy, but we've always held at the centre of our decisions what is right for Gloucester residents. Thank you to all of the group who I've worked with. The support of backbenchers is critical for the cabinet. Thank you to those who are standing down for their service. You will be greatly missed. And thank you to those who, and good luck to those who are seeking re-election. I do have to add a special thank you to Steve Morgan, who I have previously been quoted in this chamber as saying is the nicest man I've ever known. And he's reiterated that by his kind words earlier. Thank you to the opposition for the robust questioning. I hope I've proven to be a worthy opponent over the years, probably frustrating at times, but always open to debating the issues. It should always be remembered that there is more that unites us than divides us, and we all want what is best for Gloucester. Thank you to my family and close friends. Your support has been invaluable. Thank you to all officers who have supported my portfolios and the council over the years. Your hard work and dedication is a credit to you all and certainly to this authority. A specific thanks needs to be given to the 2 Section 151 officers that I've worked with. So massive thank you to John Topping. Hope he's enjoying his retirement. And Greg, thank you for all of your counsel. It's been critical. Finally, a massive thank you to Richard Cook for having the faith in me to make me his deputy and for all his efforts as leader of this council. You've led this authority through some of its most challenging times and have done so with the greatest level of integrity. It's not always been easy, and many will have no idea of the stresses and strains that that role can inflict. You should be incredibly proud of your achievements of your administration. I certainly know that I am. Thank you.
Jeremy, would you?
No,
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Padilla.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to each one. Madam Mayor, Sheriff Justin, Richard, for your kind words and for your steadfast leadership and unwavering dedication that have been the cornerstone of our city's success. Fellow cabinet members, fellow councillors, the senior management team, and all the other officers with this council for your dedication, support, and friendship throughout this journey. Together, we have achieved great things, and I'm confident that the bonds we've formed will endure long after my time in office. Special word of appreciation goes to our Director of Community and the Wellbeing team. Your passion, expertise, and compassion have been the driving force behind our efforts to enhance the quality of life for our residents. And thank you, Ruth, Gupti, Emily, and team for supporting me in Matson Robinson in White City, knowing fully well that it's one of the most deprived wards in the county. Together, we have made possible the sourcing of funding and successful implementation of Matson Rose Garden solar lighting project. Everyone feels a lot safer there now. And the up-and-coming installation of the police control room link CCTV around the Matson shops, one of our city's leading antisocial behavior hotspots. And also for supporting me in the successful joint working with our health partners to get Matson Lane Surgery those state-of-the-art waiting room blood pressure monitors to help manage cardiovascular cases in the community. I have also provided the surgery a skin cancer diagnostic tool earlier during my term. I've gone over and above reporting unemptied bins, potholed roads, fly tipping, reporting deplorable living conditions, and working and empowering voluntary organizations, supporting and providing funds for cultural events like what I did for Matson's Music and Food Festival. In my 3 years, I have proven that joint working between the local authority and the NHS and GP surgeries is also possible and sustainable. I have supported Matson Lane Surgery since my days at the Gloucestershire Joint Health Overview Scrutiny Committee. And at my last visit there, they have informed me that we now have more GPs, a care navigator, and a social prescriber supporting residents of Matson, Robbinswood, and White City. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to serve the wonderful Matson, Robbinswood, and White City communities. While I may no longer hold an official position soon, my commitment to community building remains unwavering. I am dedicated to supporting projects like the Old School Lodge and the development of Needham's Green, a cherished open space for our very much valued sheep, a feature that makes our area truly special. White City, Robbinswood, and Matson is not just a place I represent. It is where my family and I live. That's why I'm invested in seeing our community thrive, and I will continue to report local issues as I encounter them, without seeking glory and honor through social media. It's just not my style. Lastly, let me say that I shall be missing the fun here, the balanced interplay of banter and respect, the debates with opposition leaders Jeremy and Terry, proves not only exciting, but also incredibly enriching. I truly appreciate the way both of you engage with our conservative administration while maintaining a respectful ambience that set a positive example for everyone. I have no doubt that many more will look to your fine example and learn from your approach. As I bid farewell, allow me to say that it was a great honor and privilege to have worked alongside you all. I'll be honest though, once you've been part of this incredible team, it's hard to stay away. So keep the seats warm and the debates lively. I'll be back before you know it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Richard's already announced, this will be my last council meeting, and so I wanted to let council know in advance that I obviously won't be chairing the planning committee after May. It's been a pleasure to sit on Gloucester City Council over the last 16 years. Chairing the planning committee for a big chunk of it has been my favourite job. I am proud of the small part in the regeneration of our city that has come on in endless bounds since our administration has run the council. It's one thing that people need to consider in May. Look at the record that has been delivered during our team's term in office here in Gloucester. And as I pass the baton on to the next generation of councillors, I hope they keep up the good work. The regeneration started under Paul James's leadership and has continued under Richard Kirk. And my goodness, what a change to Gloucester we have seen. I moved here in 2004 as a councillor from 2008, and I've always been on the planning committee, and I've chaired it since around 2012. So we've seen such great improvements to the city. Greyfriars, flats on Black Dog Way, the Forum, the last bits of the docks are being tidied up. University moved to the city centre and associated student accommodation. Much needed social housing in Matson, sports facilities in Podsmeads, upgrade to the hospital tower, to name a few. These are all things I've been able to see come through planning and then coming to pass. A great success for our city. As I leave, I wanted to say special thanks to my wingmen, particularly Andy Lewis and more recently Steve Morgan as my vice chairs. They have always added balanced, sensible opinions to the debate. But in the early years, I also want to thank councillors Mary Smith and then later David Brown, who's still on planning, who understood the quirks of being on this committee, understood the quasi-judicial nature of the planning committee. I hope that committee going forward will respect this, as it's one of the cornerstones of how we've managed to get things done here in Gloucester, working with the system and not pushing back when something is not in our control or are just against our lights, knowing which battles to fight and when to compromise. Another thanks to Laura and Andrew, my ward colleagues. It's been a pleasure to work for you on all of the Abbey and Abbey Mead issues. I personally want to thank Richard Kirk for his time as leader at Gloucester City Council. He has been a solid leader, always putting the city first, has overseen a lot of the redevelopment of the city I mentioned earlier, and instrumental to the city's positive future. On that note, I want to say thank you and goodbye. It's been a fun past 16 years. It's now time for me to focus on my family. Best of everyone who's up for re-election.
Any more retiring councillors want to say anything? No,
Hilton then.
no, councillor Hill.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't put my hand up quite so soon, Cathy. Yeah, I'd just like to say it's been my privilege to serve on this city council, and I'm very grateful to the person who sort of introduced me to it and actually helped me get it, Pam Tracy. But unfortunately, I have now decided I must stand down because I have a bit of a memory problem, which is causing me a bit of concern. And I don't think it's right that I should stay as a councillor when I'm having to deal with this, because A, it affects me badly trying to do it. And so I decided time was kept. But I'd like to thank everybody, including the opposition, because I thought the opposition, whilst they were opposite, they were very good, friendly people, and I liked every one of them. And I enjoyed the Shriverty dues as well, which I went on as sheriff. So thanks to everybody, and I'm sorry I had to stand down. But wish you all the best of it. And I'm still a consultant. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks to everybody that's already spoken. This is an unusual council in that it started in 2001 and it's only 3 years long. The normal length of a council is 4 years. So we have more time normally to get to know each other, to work with each other and to argue with each other than we've had over the past 3 years. And of course, it all started at the end of the pandemic, and we were still getting used to meeting in person and communicating as we used to do. And it's really pleasing to see how things have changed over the last couple of years. And we're back, I think, to normal discourse in the council chamber, with councillors making friends with each other, arguing with each other, questioning each other, and also answering. May I particularly thank Richard and Hannah for dealing with the questions from the Lib Dem group, and also the cabinet members themselves. I'm wishing everybody the best, those who are stepping down and those who are looking to defend their council seats. I think everybody has served this council excellently, and you deserve the rest for those who are going to step down, and you deserve the good health to those who are stepping down as well. Have a happy retirement. I have two members of my group who are stepping down. They told me well over a year ago that they wish to step down and spend more time with their family and to enjoy a retirement together. That's Joanne Brown and David Brown. They both served the city exceptionally well, both as in their civic roles in particular. Both of them have been sheriff, I think I'm right, and both of them have been mayor, and both of them have been the partner for the mayor and the sheriff. So they've done all jobs, as far as I'm aware, that you can do, as civic leaders of Gloucester, and they did a great job of going around and meeting people all over the city. I'm going to be particularly miss David, though, because every Monday morning we get a note from him telling us what is on our agenda for the week. You've got these people at this committee, we've got this, that, we've got questions to get in on time. So if you want to know why we always get our questions in, Richard, it's because David sends us a note at the beginning of the week saying, make sure you do it on time. And we're going to miss that, or we're going to have to appoint somebody else to do something like that in future. But I think that's all I want to say, just to say good health to everybody. And for those who are retiring, voluntary, enjoy your time. You can always watch us on the screen. If you ever get bored, you might find it more entertaining than some of the programmes on the BBC or ITV. But of course, you can come along and listen as well. We do know that there are some former councillors that do this quite often as well. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a really cuddly council meeting tonight, and really that's happened more than once over the years. So I really enjoy that. And but the first thing I wanted to say was that I'm obviously grateful to the good people of Huckle Cove for electing me 4 times. So we've been here 16 years, which has gone very, very quickly. And during that time, with all the comings and goings on our group, I've noticed that it's been all the time been a really cohesive group, and I thank everyone here for their togetherness and encouragement over the years, for that comradeship. Particularly Declan, I suppose. I picked up some tips from the other talks. I think he's been a really great support as a fellow councillor in Huckle Cove, and I think Declan's got the skills that I don't have, so that's worked really well. You did, and also that comradeship has come from Councillor Joanne Brown, not surprisingly. And what did I want to say about Joanne? Joanne joined the Lib Dem group 8 years ago, and I think during those 8 years, we learned more about what we disagree on than we did in the previous 46 years that we've known each other. It's 54 years. Our disagreements mainly actually being on planning. You might have noticed, and I just can't understand some of it, but still. Really, this is just a quick talk. And as a final comment, for the residents of Barnwood and Huckle Cove, I want to say that I'm not going anywhere. I'm actually continuing as a county councillor, so I'll be around a lot longer. But really, I forgot, I should thank, I have a lot of respect for many members of the other groups, I nearly said teams, and enjoyed spending time with them and with many of you. And I must thank you for that. It's, as I said at the start, been quite a cuddly council meeting tonight, but it often has been, and I very much appreciate that. And I may watch Mayor Making, but and some other council meetings too, but we'll see. But thank you everyone's for your nice to know you all, and I'll see some of you in the future.
Joanne, you have to reply.
Well, this is going to be really brief. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, I was elected 8 years ago by a majority of 4 votes. And I know who those poor people are because they told me. Fast forward 5 years, the Barnwood residents had the confidence to re-elect me while I've had another 3 years. And during the 8 years, I have served as mayor, sheriff and deputy mayor, and it was an honour and a privilege for the, I think it's a great city in Gloucester. And finally, thank you all. I'm sure I'll see you around. This was not a light decision. It's had a lot of thought, but it's the right decision and the right time for me. Thank you.
I think that concludes all. Anybody else? No? Thank you. So, group leaders, you've done that. Members of the cabinet now, any announcements?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As some members may be aware, repairs to Longsmith Street car park commenced on the 19th of March, with works expected to take 9 weeks to complete. The works will involve a reconfiguration of the parking spaces, bringing back 135 spaces. And this decision was taken whilst considering the cost of the repairs, the income generation opportunity of reopening some of the spaces, and the potential long-term future of the site in connection with the police project. Thank you.
So Lewis next, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You've probably seen this in the press, to be perfectly honest, but I just wanted to reiterate the Together Gloucester money that we've received, which is total about £1.5 million for the culture side of things. But what I wanted to highlight, it's not just one sort of entity. It's Together Gloucester is part of the Culture Trust. It's Active Gloucestershire, Gloucester Bid, Gloucester City Council, Gloucester Communities Building Collective, Gloucestershire Gateway Trust, GUST, the Music Works and the University of Gloucestershire, and Young Gloucestershire. So it's a collective gathering of people of like-minded to help the culture and the youth of this city. This is why we keep getting awarded the money from the Arts Council, because we're so forward-thinking. And I just want to put on record, thank you to all those people and all those groups who come together to actually put this bid in through the Culture Trust to gain this money again for everybody in the city to actually come together and enjoy culture in the city.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm pleased to announce that our temporary accommodation acquisitions programme is making great progress. We have completed on 2 properties, exchanged on another, with several more under offer, so we're well on the way to being able to provide more accommodation for homeless households in our city. To add to this fantastic news, we have successfully bid for over £2 million to help us tackle homelessness. Both of these announcements, I would like to give huge thanks to the housing team, particularly Ruth and Neil and Rita in the property team, for expediting this project to ensure people suffering homelessness in our city can have a decent place to live.
Chairs of committees? No?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to inform those of you who are seeking re-election, that tomorrow morning I'll be publishing the notice of election for this council, taking place on the 2nd of May. As part at the point when we publish that notice of election, the formal pre-election period, which restricts certain communications on council activities, will come into effect, and I will be emailing all councillors some information about how that works at some point tomorrow. Thank you.
So we're going on to members' question time now, which gives us 45 minutes for the Leader and Cabinet member questions. Any member of the council may ask the Leader of the council or a Cabinet member up to 5 questions upon any matter related to the council administration, any matter related to a report in the Cabinet, any matter coming up within their portfolio. Okay, I just realised that. one is from Councillor Hilton to Cabinet Member of Performance and Resources.
I apologise now for my question after such a wonderful debate earlier on. But tough questions have to be asked, and I'll do it with a smile on my face. And I notice Hannah's smiling back. It's 12 months since the end of the 2022-23 financial year, and you still haven't published the draft statement of accounts. And from your answer, they clearly haven't been finished. This is incredibly sloppy of your administration. It's only a few weeks to polling day. You promised me that they would be ready by this council. A new administration will have to take over without knowing the true financial health of this council. Are you sorry that this promise to publish the draft statements of accounts on our website has been broken?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hilton, for the question. I'm sure he knows me well enough to know that when I made that statement in this chamber, it was with all intents and purposes that I believe we would be able to deliver that. But as he is well aware through having conversations with officers and as the written answer explains, there have been challenges in getting those accounts to the position that we want them to be. It's important, though, to highlight the fact that officers have offered Councillor Hilton a briefing as soon as they are ready, so that he can interrogate those, subject to him probably believing he'll be in control of this authority post-May, but obviously I'm pretty confident that that won't be the case. But what I think is also important is that we should be reminded that the finance team of this authority, prior to a cyber incident, which was highlighted by our external auditor at Audit and Governance in March, actually delivered our accounts on time even during COVID. So you may recall that the government extended the deadline. We were one of the only authorities in this shire who actually hit that deadline. So the reasons why our accounts are late is nothing to do with the work of officers within the finance team who have been working tirelessly. It is to do with the impacts of the cyber incident and having to rehydrate the systems to therefore have the accounts to be able to get ready to be audited. So I'm sure he'll support those officers moving forward and have very good discussions behind the scenes. I'm happy for him to ask any questions of me privately whilst we're in Purdah as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I have been offered those briefings, and that's fair enough. But the issue about having statements of accounts published on our website is that the public can read them, the press can read them, and everybody can look at them and possibly, if they wish to, send in questions to the council. I'm also very disappointed that the 2021-22 accounts still haven't been independently audited. They are 18 months late, normal procedure. This is clearly a result of both national and local Conservative policy and administration. The mistakes and the problems are 100% Conservative owned. Are you not aggrieved that the statement of accounts for 21-22 remain unaudited?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would say to Councillor Hilton that I would have preferred for our accounts to have been fully audited by now, but as he is well aware, this is part of a national issue. I think we've probably debated or had a question on this subject in probably every council meeting for maybe all of this year, and therefore he is well aware that Gloucester is not a unique case. Our external auditor did attend the last Audit and Governance meeting, which I believe, if my memory serves me right, was the 4th of March, and was robustly questioned by both the Chair and the Vice Chair, referenced the national issue. And as the written answer says, that a national consultation has closed at the beginning of March for the government to look at how they can resolve this issue, which is a national issue. I'll repeat that again, not just something impacting Gloucester City.
Question number 3 from Councillor Pullen.
Thank you for being a worthy opponent. I didn't speak earlier because none of our group is standing down. And thank you for the respectful relationship, I hope, that's between us. In the budget earlier on this year, the government asked councils to reduce or cut back on consultants. Now, given that the council has spent £491,000 on consultants this year so far, if the government insists that the council can no longer use consultants, how will the council function and what services will be cut? The Cabinet member respectfully says that the council only uses consultants where the council doesn't have the skills or where there isn't in-house capacity. Do you not agree that if the council hadn't stripped back so many jobs to the minimum, we wouldn't have a need for consultants at all?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pullen, for your kind comments. In a way, I did thank you in my remarks earlier as a Quedgley resident. So, yes, thank you very much for being that. And yes, we have always enjoyed a mutually respectful relationship. In regards to the question, we will obviously have to see the direction of travel that the government is taking, but again, we had a question similar to this previously, reference our utilisation of consultants. And I believe I said something similar at that time, is that sometimes it's because you are buying a specific and specialist skill set in for maybe a very small piece of work, which unfortunately to hold someone on your permanent FTE account for those very ad hoc occasions that you may need that skill isn't sustainable for an authority of our size. So I would disagree with the premise that he said because we have reduced our staff too heavily. It's actually to do with probably our ambition, and that sometimes we're looking to do large-scale regeneration projects, which may need a specialist skill set to complete one part of the project, but actually that individual wouldn't be engaged and motivated to sit within Gloucester in a full-time capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Cook, I wish you the best for the future. As I said, we weren't standing any people down. So thank you for that. Thank you for all those conversations that we've had outside of the council chamber. Really respectful. And again, thank you for being a worthy and respectful opponent. It's appreciated. My question was about cameras for use with CCTV. And I asked a question about how many there were. And I have to say, the cameras for detecting fly tipping. And I was quite astounded that there are only 3 cameras around the city for that use. I was even more concerned to find out that actually they haven't got the appropriate software package, and it's not possible to download footage from them, which, with the greatest respect, makes them not fit for purpose. I was also quite worried about the staff shortages in the environmental team, who, quite frankly, are struggling to cope. It does seem some days that it's a bit like King Canute trying to stop the tide coming in. That's no reflection on officers, it's just that there's not enough of them. I went to a Ubico briefing, every councillor went to a Ubico briefing, and they reported a 12.6 increase in fly tipping across the county. I asked the question what that was in Gloucester, and it's over 40%. Between January 23 and November 23, there was an increase in 40% in the tonnage of fly tipping in this city. You must be sorry about that. I'm sure the whole council is sorry about that. That the councillors, in fairness, failed to adequately resource fly tipping, and that sadly, fly tipping is out of control in some parts of this city.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen, for the question. Actually, I'm not sure that you're right with your statistics saying 40% increase. I get other figures from officers which say that there are actually improvements occurring in many areas. I get what you're saying about the number of people in our environmental team. There aren't too many of those, but we have actually recently got more people working for 3GS who are being deployed into different areas around the city to deal with fly tipping and bringing back the evidence that we need to prosecute. whenever we get that evidence, we initiate a prosecution. One of the problems, though, with prosecuting is that if people don't pay, if they ignore the prosecution and end up being taken to court, any fine that's levied by the court, which sometimes is less than our original prosecution fine or our original FPN, all that money goes to the court. We get nothing. So we end up spending an awful lot of time and effort creating prosecution files and get absolutely nothing for it. Now, I'm determined that when we do get something for it, it's used to improve the service. I would love to see more cameras. I note you mentioned that there are only 3 mobile cameras, but the written answer says that there are actually another 60 stationary cameras, mostly in the city centre, I agree. But as we can find enough funds to deploy more mobile cameras, I'm determined that we will do so.
Dreaming. Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too would like to express the gratitude and how you conducted council. I appreciate I am very contentious in my role as an independent, and I only believe I'm only fulfilling that role and representing my the members of our ward as Brendan. But thank you very much for everything you've done. And also thank you very much, Richard Cook. Obviously, I appreciate I can be probably the thorn in the council's side. Do I like that position? Yes, I do. But personally, you are a really, really lovely guy. I remember the times we've put the Christmas tree up in Kingsway and you've gone out in the middle of the night with me, carrying it on our backs, getting up a big Christmas tree. And I really enjoyed your company around my house for social events and being at your company at your house as well. I doubt I'd get an invitation anymore though. But anyway, no, thank you very much, Richard. So I appreciate your question, your answer to my response, advising that there's been 474 missed bins since January, and 31 of those for Coney Hill. I'm getting different responses from members of the public in Coney Hill. Newton Avenue advised on pretty much every other week that they're having missed bin collections. Not due to council lorries turning up, but more to the fact that parking is an issue and the lorries can't get down there. The issue is the residents are missing out. And that's happening on Maytree Square as well and Birch Avenue. So possibly, well, not possibly, there is much more than 31s being missed. And my worry is that potentially the public won't know how to report that correctly. So can we look at ways, so this is my question now, so can we look at ways to advise the public, those that might not have social media, might have access to a phone, on ways they can report when their bin's missed? Because there's quite a lot of elderly people, then people with learning difficulties and complex needs that don't know how the way is to report a missed bin and obviously have a build-up of rubbish as a result. Thank you.
I'd answer that by saying that if you have areas that you feel that need targeting, I can pass those details on to the appropriate people in the environment team who can contact residents directly if you feel that there is a problem with specifics. Regarding some of the roads that have been brought to my attention previously, I made that knowledge available to Ubico, so that Ubico have put on smaller vehicles that can get between the parked cars, because you'll be well aware it's the fact that those cars are parked there that make it very difficult for some of our recycling vehicles and our collection vehicles to move down those streets. You can't really expect those drivers to go all the way down the street one way and then reverse all the way out when it's so narrow in between. But where we've been made aware of it, we put in smaller vehicles to make sure that the collection's done more readily. Yes, these figures might be potentially slightly flawed as a result of that, but it does say there have been 474 reported missed waste collections. I accept that there may be some that are not reported.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So firstly, questions aside, thank you very much, Hannah, for everything you've done for the city. You are a true advocate for the city, and what I enjoy most about you is no matter what questions I come with, no matter what motions I come with, you relish that, you battle it, and you give what democracy is all about. You don't hide away, you don't shun away, you hit it face on, and what you give back is better than what you get. So thank you very much, Hannah. You are definitely a credit to the City Council. And if there was more councillors like you, I'm sure we'd be able to express the opinions of our electorate and not feel scared to challenge democracy in the city, which is what makes this different to dictatorships like Russia. So thank you very much for that, Hannah. So going to the question, which I asked about disabled changes, which you gave me a very good answer. I believe the answer states that there was a conducted review of legislation changes with regards to Disabled Discrimination Act 2010 and part of the building regulations. So my question is, would it be possible if all councillors could have a review, a copy of the said report which was conducted? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers, for his remarks. Never quite thought I'd be connected to Russia in the same sentence, but I'm sure you didn't mean that I'm anything like the current political climate in Russia. I can double check with officers as to whether that could be circulated to all members, and we can come back to a written response for you tomorrow. Thank you.
Councillor Gravel.
And I turn it off when I sit next to her, so sorry about that. So I will put it back in. Sorry, I didn't catch what you said, Madam Mayor.
It's your question, number 7.
Oh, no, I've got
It's supplementary.
No, it's really great answer. And like everybody else, I'd just like to thank the leader for his patience and his tolerance when dealing with me too. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Put
you.
my hearing aid back in, but it's not going to work.
Right, the Councillor Chambers to Abuse, number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was a question to Councillor Chambers, I believe. Other Councillor Chambers. I asked when the number of applicants on the housing waiting list would start to reduce. And it is fantastic today to hear about the £2 million to tackle homelessness, which I think fits beautifully with what I was going to say. We've seen very little movement in the reduction of homelessness. There has been a tiny reduction in the last couple of months. Yeah, any reduction is good. It would be nice if it was bigger, but there you go. Hopefully, though, now with this £2 million, we're going to see quite a big reduction at some point. How long do you think it's going to be till we see a marked difference?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as the question says, it is hard to know what's going to be presenting to the council, how many people. These are the figures of our housing waiting list, not our homelessness figures. But so anybody can actually join the homeless list. There's very little bars to joining the homeless list. So there will be people in the bronze band that will struggle to get a property, but the emergency and the gold, they are going quicker, and it is great to see, and our temporary housing acquisitions programme will help that, and so will the fact that we built record figures last year, and also just keep pushing for more affordable housing with our partners. And I think those are the types of things that are going to help bring our waiting figures down, plus working with other authorities through the duty to cooperate and in our SLP, as we are very constrained in Gloucester. There's been great regeneration of brownfield sites, and there's more to come at St Oswald's, and the Triangle will have affordable housing. So all these developments will help bring that figure down, but then we don't know how many more we're going to present. So how long it stays down for, I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and many thanks to the leader for his answer about the potential future of the former Mecca Bingo building. It's a very positive and encouraging answer, which will be gratefully received by many residents and theatre lovers across the city. So thank you again, Councillor Cook, for everything. And I have no supplementary question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful for your answer. I really do appreciate that. And I do think it's great what you've started doing now, which is fabulous, and really pleased to hear that. But in the reply it says about SWEP. Now, I know that from staff at P3 have actually come and spoke to me about this and have said that a lot of them are missing out because they haven't got a phone to be in a certain place at a certain time. I do know that there's one member of staff who goes above and beyond and actually goes out to find these people to bring them to the spaces where they're going to be picked up and noted. So what I'm really asking is, because there are a lot of them that have been missed, how are we going to stop this in the future? Because obviously none of them got phones, some of them haven't got a watch to tell the time, and don't know where they've got to be at a certain time. So how can we stop this from happening again in the future?
That's a Stephanie, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor O'Donnell, for your question. I think it's a long way to say none of them have phones. They, you know, lots of the people that I speak to, they do have phones. And I think also definitely more than one member of P3 go out looking for people in SWEP. They do that on a regular basis. They go to the usual places. Unfortunately, sometimes the people on the streets don't want to come in, so they won't come in, and that's completely up to them. And I also know that P3 do give out phones to people if they don't have them. And if you do come across anybody like you have done before and come across people without phones, then there are ways. There is the telephone in the gateway, which is a free phone telephone that they can call our housing services from. So just keep passing that message on. But it is to keep reiterating to anybody that is on the streets to come and talk to us through that phone at the gateway or through P3, so we can help find them somewhere to stay.
Thank you. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Richard Cook. I didn't want to duplicate things by making contact with Sainsbury's myself, and that's the reason why I wanted to publicly ask this question as well, because I wanted to emphasise how many residents have really come to me about this. We've all seen the residential development over in that side of Hempstead, and yet it is disappointing, and I think you may share that with me, that the cafe's closed and the pharmacy's closed. So I wonder whether just going forward in the next couple of weeks, we could possibly draft together an email which you can send, of course, as leader of this council, and copy in my fellow colleagues in Westgate, councillors. I do actually have a contact, but if you've got someone further higher up in Sainsbury's, then that would be wonderful. And we can start looking at trying to make Sainsbury's a really good community hub for all those individuals in that area. So really, it's just asking whether we'll do that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Trimnell. I'm not a user of that particular store, so I was unaware that the cafe and the pharmacy had closed. I'm aware that that sort of thing is happening in a number of places. I don't really know, but it's a local issue for many of those stores, a commercial issue for them, that they've chosen to take that step. But I'm more than happy to liaise with you and write a letter if you've got the details of who to write to, and just express our disappointment. But at the end of the day, it is their local commercial issue that causes them to make those changes to their operation. And I would agree, it's very disappointing for local residents when they have to find somewhere that's possibly much further to go to. But it's commercial, and we have little control over what those commercial operations might want to do to increase or improve their bottom line.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the answer. I'm relieved that we, as far as we're concerned, these planning applications are legally sound, which is good. I'm just wondering, was it not incumbent on us to check in the first place the details that those certificates were correct? And what's the next step? Is there anything else that we need to do, or is that the matter closed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do know that officers are speaking with the planning inspectorate, just checking what they're saying and trying to understand the issue a little bit further. But we are definitely satisfied with with these certificates that have been issued. And I don't think there was any irregularity other than somebody mistaking the company for another company. So I think all checks were done satisfactorily by our planning officers. Thank you.
Councillor Sawyer.
No supplementary. No, no.
I do have a supplementary, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for letting me know that we have no monitoring of particulate matter. Residents in my area have indicated to me that there's things that might indicate that we have higher levels in parts of my ward than we might anticipate. In January 22, the Committee on the Medical Effects of Air Pollution revised its guidance to sort of indicate that particulate matter levels of 2.5 to 6.3 or lower could actually have effects on individuals. As we have no data on any of this happening within the city and within my ward, how can I assure my residents that they are safe?
There has been no requirement in the past to provide monitoring of particulate matter. However, as the question already says, or the answer already says, we are working with DEFRA at DEFRA's cost to install national monitoring for particulates. So it is improving. I mean, all we've provided is fairly comprehensive cover for nitrous oxide emissions, but there's been nothing so far required of us to provide that for particulate matter, but we are working towards that with DEFRA.
Seconda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reassured to know that councillors will be notified of planting of trees in the future. No further questions.
No further supplemental, Madam Mayor.
No supplementary.
No supplementary.
Councillor James Bruce.
No supplemental.
Councillor Sawyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the 9 officers you mentioned. How many of these are involved in contract management, in new contracts and managing the contracts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I'm very honest with you, Councillor Sawyer, I wouldn't know that level of information, so we would need to liaise through with the HR team to understand which individual officers they are and therefore what role they're undertaking for the authority day to day. So can we come back on a written response? Thank you.
Councillor Sawyer again. No, okay, thank you. Councillor Radley.
Thank you. So thank you for the answer. My question relates to the potential of an Elmbridge Court park and ride. I think this is something that we could maybe progress, as my ward is being drowned in parking. We have problems in the city centre. Is it possible that proactively we could have a conversation with the County Council about the need of perhaps a park and ride?
Thank you very much for that question. I'd just like to point a couple of things out. First of all, we have a similar situation in Kingsway where we've got a park and ride at Waterwells, which actually rarely, despite the alleged problems with parking in the city centre, rarely gets more than 4 or 5 cars in it. There is a bus service from there every 20 minutes to the city, which people don't use. They don't park there and they don't use that park and ride. So I would be concerned that we'd be spending a lot of time and effort, or the county council would be spending a lot of time and effort in getting a car park ready for a use that residents would not use. But the person to talk to perhaps is not me, it's your own leader, because he's on the county council, and perhaps he could represent your interests in respect of that.
You wish, Jeremy. Carry on now. Do you have a question?
Number 26 is wet parking again. The closure of Longsmith Street car park in this location has caused a high degree of stress to those who have tried to find a parking space near Longsmith Street, that particular part of the city. Some have even resorted to parking in a church graveyard. Is it good policy to only plan to reopen 45% of the car park and to consider the long term of closing it altogether? The draft city, we had a presentation the other day, Richard was there, on the draft city growth strategy, in which it talks about the need to look at the parking provision within the city. They quite clearly know about the forum. So I just wonder, is it the right thing for the long term to consider getting rid of any parking provision in that part of the city of Gloucester?
Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Hilton. In my announcement, I obviously made the comment that the decision to open the number of levels and therefore the number of spaces was taken as part of the business case to also therefore look at the long-term options for that site. There was a paper at Cabinet in March that spoke about the Fleet Hotel, which potentially in time could also involve the Longsmith Street site. He's quite right that the forum spaces will bring another 400 spaces into the city and they will be available by the end of the year. I can assure him that the parking team are monitoring capacity within the city, although I do appreciate that those other spaces are not specifically in the Longsmith Street location. And therefore what we will be doing as an authority is promoting the other spaces that are available in the city. I think myself and other Cabinet members, when we've come into the city either on the weekends or during the week, there's only, I think, one occasion where one of us has struggled to find a space. Other than that, we've always had plenty of options available to us. So it will continue to be under review. The works that we've commissioned will still have the option of redeveloping the higher levels on Longsmith Street in the future, should a new administration decide to take that decision. So we think it's prudent to do what we're doing, but it also leaves opportunity for either the police development moving forward or for further repairs to be undertaken.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just regards to the officer pay rises, just before I ask my question, am I right in my understanding that the increase for council officers' pay was 763, or is that the total cost of wages? So the 763,000 is for an increase on costs for employment. Is that dictated by the Joint Council, or is that any other? Is that agreed in council by officers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. So the 763 figure that's quoted doesn't just include the base pay increases, it also includes the on-costs, which obviously is a fair percentage when you look at local government on-costs. But yes, local government officer wages are negotiated by the unions and they are negotiated by the Joint Council for both Green Book and the chief officers. Those negotiations normally go on for multiple months, and I think our Section 151 officer would be more comfortable if we knew what pay awards were in a quicker time, and he's nodding in the background, so I think he agrees with me on that. But it's part and parcel of local government negotiation, unfortunately. So it's nothing that we can decide as an individual council. We just have to ensure that we can balance our revenue budget to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers de Buse.
I've got no supplemental. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor O'Donnell, you can remain seated if you wish to for your question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm fully medded today, so there shouldn't be any slip-ups. But I'd just like to say thank you, Councillor Cook, for your answer. The only concern I've got is like another hotel. Is this really what Gloucester needs? I mean, what we're going to do, invite more small boat immigrants over to come and stay in another hotel when we got so many people that need homes and are struggling in inadequate homes. Wouldn't it not been better to put apartments there? There are, I can't remember the exact figures now. 4,483 families or people or whatever you want to call them, but they're stuck on the waiting list and most of them are going nowhere because a lot of them are in bronze. So would it not be better to have put apartments there instead of a hotel? Just makes more sense, but there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor O'Donnell will be aware that we've built a number of apartments in phase 1 of Whitefriars. There's a plan to build a whole load more in phase 2 of Whitefriars. I actually was at Northgate Mansions, the GCH building, yesterday, where I think there are 25 new apartments. Our policy as a council is to try and do everything that we want to be able to do. Part of that is building residences. Part of that is attracting people into the city centre. And we have no 4-star hotel in the city centre and haven't had, I don't know when we ever had one. So to put that there enables residents to consider, or visitors to consider, that coming to Gloucester would be a good thing because it's a nice place to stay. We're not looking to build a hotel there to house immigrants, whether they're placed in that location by the government or by anybody else. We are looking to use that as a 4-star hotel for the benefit of the city in terms of bringing more visitors here.
Councillor Sawyer.
No further questions.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you. I do have a supplementary question. This is regarding booking appointments to resolve council tax difficulties. Is it acceptable that a resident has come in to make a face-to-face appointment in a face-to-face manner, has been told she now needs to make a telephone call, has done that and still hasn't been able to book an appointment? Are there any gaps perhaps in how these appointments could be booked?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Radley. And I'd be happy to hear the details of the specific case outside of the meeting so that we can try and resolve it. There shouldn't be gaps. So if someone does arrive at the gateway without a pre-arranged appointment, there is the free phone number, so they should be able to speak to an officer and then book an appointment moving forward. The issue with not being able to see them immediately is that if it's a complex council tax issue, it probably needs a council tax officer to be able to respond to that. Customer service staff who are often manning the pre-booked appointments along with housing staff have a very small baseline knowledge on council tax, but normally if it requires an appointment, it's normally a more complex issue. That's why we need to make sure it's the right officer available. But as I say, if you're happy to share those details, we can make sure that it gets resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Question 32, last one to Hannah. It's now 5 years since the council vacated the HKP warehouses and they still haven't been sold. Even now, your administration is negotiating a below the advertised sale price. And we know it won't be the 4-star hotel that we all hope for. Along with the restoration of the Fleece Hotel, this is a project that hasn't been delivered by your administration. As you step down, are you frustrated that both the sale of HKP warehouses and the restoration of the Fleece Hotel remains undelivered?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would say to Councillor Hilton that both of those projects are complex. They're both historic buildings, therefore they're expensive to refurbish and to bring schemes online. Obviously, during the time period that Councillor Hilton highlights, we've also had a small thing of a global pandemic, which unfortunately has caused market conditions, which have meant that not as many schemes can get off the ground as were initially anticipated. We've also had the invasion of Ukraine, which has caused inflationary pressures, material costs, increases, which also makes it difficult to deliver schemes. But what I would say is that even though we haven't maybe moved those as far forward as we would have hoped, I'm so proud of everything that we have done in this city. You can see that the forum's going to be open by the end of the year. We've got the funding secured for Greyfriars, and that is going to completely regenerate our city centre and make sure that it's now balanced with the regeneration that happened at the docks. And just to remind everyone, that happened under a Conservative administration.
Councillor Alistair Chambers. Question 33, Alistair.
No supplementary.
34, Councillor Chambers de Boos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was a little bit surprised in this answer about how many days per week does each head of department work from the office. Because there aren't really that many heads of department, and I can't see how, even if the information isn't held centrally, it is going to be a disproportionate cost to ask somebody. So why is it that the council is not happy to disclose how many days per week each head of department works from the office? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the councillor for the question. I would say that I'm sure the managing director of the authority manages his heads of service and his director by outputs, not necessarily by the physical location that they're sat in on any one day. And therefore, I would imagine they don't need to report. On a Monday, I'm in Eastgate. On another day, I've gone to Shire Hall for a meeting. And hence, to ask those individuals that are driving forward the success of this authority to do a little tally up over an extended period wasn't deemed a proportionate task. I think it's important to say that all of our heads of service and our corporate directors work in many locations. Wouldn't necessarily be Eastgate. It could be going and working with partners. It could be seeing development partners. And they may have very, very hybrid working arrangements. But from my perspective, as long as they're delivering what their services should be, it should be irrelevant as to where they're running their hours.
Councillor Donald, question 35, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you may or may not be aware that there's a video on social media about a house we visited recently. Myself, Alistair, and Councillor Stephanie Chambers. And I know in the answer it says that it's the first time you've heard of it, but it's not the first time it was raised with the Housing Association, because it was raised several times. But that week, before we got there that day, about 4 or 5 days before, they'd sent a contractor out to have a look at it, and all he told them was to wipe it with mould. So it was never going to progress any further. So if it wasn't the fact that she'd reached out to us, it wouldn't have gone any further. So I'd like to know if we can do a social housing review of all the houses in Matson White City and Coney Hill, where all the damp issues are the worst, and try and rectify this so that people don't live in that squalor. I mean, it was that bad that we were nearly sick when we went in. That's how bad it was. And it's just not really good enough for housing associations to be able to do something like that. So I'd like to know if we could have a social housing review of all the properties in Matson, Robinson and White City. And Coney Hill as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Brendan. You know, obviously, I was there and I witnessed the situation for myself. And yes, well, a social housing review is important for Matson, Robbinswood and White City. I think the stock condition survey that we've just done around the city shows that other areas, not just social housing, but in the private sector, also need targeting. So I can't commit to us doing a social housing review. What I have done already was contact this registered provider, and I'm arranging a meeting for myself, housing officers, Alistair and yourself to sit down and discuss the issues within your areas going forward. And our private sector housing team are committed to making sure that the registered provider there does abide by the rules and regulations, and will do everything they can to make sure that happens. So we're already doing this, and yes, it is important that it gets done.
Councillor Chambers, views number 36.
No supplemental, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Are there any questions?
No, there are.
No. Climate change strategy and action plan. So what can I talk? No, that's yourself, Ed. I'm so surprised we got through those questions. Yes. Carry on.
We went into overtime as well, Madam Mayor. This report is to introduce a climate change strategy and action plan, which is to be considered by Council so that the report is adopted and issued for consultation to the public. In 2019, the Council declared a climate emergency, committing to reaching net and across the wider district by 2050, subsequently moved to 2045. Since then, it has produced a carbon baseline and a tackling climate change roadmap in 2020, a green travel plan in 2022, and made further sustainability commitments in the 2022-24 Council Plan, namely building a greener, fairer, better Gloucester. Following the pandemic, which had a major impact on the emissions profile of the council, it was felt prudent to produce a new climate change strategy incorporating decarbonisation targets and establishing a new emissions baseline. The council also joined the Global Covenant of Mayors, which required the council to deliver its first climate risk and vulnerability assessment, which required the council to reduce the council's exposure to climate risks from global warming. WSP consultants were appointed in March 2023 to help deliver the CRVA and the climate change strategy. WSP met with members of the Climate Change Member Working Group in April 23, the Cabinet member and lead officers on multiple occasions before producing the first draft, which was shared with the Member Working Group in August 23. The second draft was later shared with the same groups in October 23. The final draft is now ready for adoption by the Council and to be put out to consultation. There is considerable detail in section 4 of the report about the Council's emissions baseline, with a number of suggestions about how the Council might approach decarbonisation in the latter stages of section 4. And section 5 considers priority risks for the Council resulting from modelled climate change. Although the climate change emergency was first called in 2019, we have not been idle, but the production of this strategy now gives us the tools and ideas to maximise the actions we can take, thus enabling the greatest reach and the most impact to reduce and offset our emissions. I want to thank all who took part in the programme of works to produce the climate change strategy, WSP, senior officers and members. We now have a comprehensive way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. You have a seconder? Councillor Norman.
Right, received an amendment.
Is there an amendment? Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've got an amendment. It's on page 3, so it's there for everybody to read. I'm going to change it slightly because I had some feedback from Hannah Norman, and maybe we'll get unanimity on it if I change it slightly. First of all, having read the climate change strategy, it is a comprehensive document, and it is clearly very academic in the way it's looked at the issues facing Gloucester and what we can do. But what it doesn't do is set any clear tasks. And one of the things I think we absolutely need to do is, because once the elections are out of the way, we've got 6 years before we get to 2030. And we need to make sure that we have a zero carbon city council by that date. And therefore we need to start work quite quickly on it. And what I don't want to see is that we spend months and months looking at ways and means in which we can practically do things. And we're going to need to look at the funding that might be behind it and the officer time that might be behind some of the actions. So that's why I'm proposing that there is officers present a report to Cabinet before the summer recess. I'm quite happy to add to the climate change working group at the same time. What I don't want to do is hand it to the climate change working group and then wait for another 3 or 4 months before they report back to Cabinet. We need to be able to make sure that this council can take actions and move ahead quickly in its first year. So that's why I'm moving that amendment. We need to take clear, decisive action, which is fully costed and properly timetabled. We're not going to do that if we just pass the resolution as it is at the moment. The other one is about the Cabinet member. I think it's got to be part of a portfolio of a Cabinet member who's got responsibility for climate change, but the way it was worded suggested it that was the only job that they might have. And we need to look at the whole cabinet and how it settles in future. And as far as the issue about champions, I don't know, but I don't see any purpose in having champions. They don't really, you know, if you're going to give somebody a job to do, put them in the cabinet and ask the cabinet member to do the job. Don't give somebody a sop and say, well, you're a cabinet champion. Sorry, you can't sit in the cabinet because we don't think you're good enough, or we're not going to pay you the cabinet allowance. But you can go around saying you're really keen on this and that, but you're not actually going to achieve anything. Got to give people a job to do. So that's the reasons why I've got the two amendments. Other than that, we're very supportive of the strategy and the other recommendations, and we'll hope that maybe Richard Cook will be okay with my. I understood you were okay with the issue on the cabinet member, and you were okay on reporting back, but you wanted to reference the climate change working group or panel, and that's okay, but not before the cabinet. It's got to be at the same time. They can look at the other issues and they can report back in while cabinet kicking on and making sure things are happening, and they can add on to it. But if you understand, cheers.
You second it? Yes, Declan. Right. Do you want to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll speak now, just very briefly, because I don't want to Jeremy's just said there. Just essentially, potentially, this could be the most important strategy document this will ever come before this council. And as such, it will require a lot of focus and a lot of work. If you look at pathway number 1, which is the council becoming net zero by 2030, that is a massive challenge. And I mean, when we should recognise that fact. As Jeremy has said, so we'll repeat this bit, 2030 is only 6.5 years away. So that's a term and a half in council years, if you like. Madam Mayor, I do worry that if we don't have direct cabinet involvement, we may be setting ourselves up to fail. And frankly, that's something we can't afford to do. So that is the reason why I would support that amendment and hope this council will as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do you accept the amendment, Councillor Cook?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I can't accept the amendment as it stands. I fully agree with item 4. That's fine. I think climate change is so important a subject that we do need somebody senior in the cabinet to deal with that. It's amendment number 5 that's unrealistic. What the amendment is essentially asking for is a pipeline of projects that will be delivered in the next council term to achieve all of the council's planned emissions reductions over 24 to 28 prior to August this year. That would require us, for example, to commit to full electrification of our fleet when a decision has only just been taken on partial HVO use, which has been agreed for at least a year. And for us to have paid for and conducted full surveys of all corporate buildings and then committed to fund projects for which there is no current funding, either available or allocated. In order to achieve this, we would effectively be committing to delivering an illegal budget in future years. And even were the funding available, it would not be possible for us to develop a pipeline of projects in such a short period of time. However, if Councillor Hilton were to agree, I would propose an additional change to his item 5 and say officers present a report to the Climate Change Member Working Group before summer recess, exploring how the council can meet its stated decarbonisation targets over the next council term, while upholding its obligations to sound financial management. That, I feel, would be quite comfortable for me to accept. And if Jeremy were to agree that, I think it covers any issues that he should have. He may choose not to, but if he doesn't, I would not accept his amendment.
Councillor Hilton, you're prepared to amend your amendment?
No, I think we need to take a vote on it, and I think it's important that officers report to the new cabinet before the summer recess with a programme of options and proposals. I'm not suggesting that they might be approved. I mean, quite clearly, you've got to look at the financial implications of everything and the practicalities. But we need to have proper proposals to the cabinet by the summer recess, so the new cabinet could take action. So I'll say no.
Councillor Pullen, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on the substantial debate rather than on the amendment, if that's okay.
Any other debate on this amendment? No? Yep. Do you want to say anything else? Closing speech? Yeah, he did really, I know, but let's be nice, it's the last council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just ask members to support the amendment as it's being tabled. I think it's important that this council, having spent £80,000 hiring consultants to draw up the academic report, hiring our own climate change lead who's working for this council, that frankly, we need to have clear proposals, practical proposals, that the new cabinet can adopt as quickly as possible. And delaying it by putting it to a member working group rather than direct to cabinet means probably 3 or 4 months delay in making decisions. And we need to get on with the job. We all realise it's a climate emergency. So get on with the job. Don't waste any more time faffing about. I ask members to support the amendment.
Thank you, councillor Hilton. Right, we're going to vote on the amendment. For those in favour, raise your hands.
17.
Okay, thank you. Those against?
Twenty.
21, thank you. You've lost. Is it, did you get that right?
It's 20.
20, beg your pardon. 20, that was lost, thank you.
Sorry. So that amendment's lost.
Yes, amendment's lost, yes. Debate on the substantive motion now. Anybody who... Oh, now you're on, Terry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, at last, we have a climate change action plan and strategy. Councillor Cook, respectfully, I've been banging on about this every year, so I'm really, really pleased to see this document. As has been said, it's the most important policy document that has been produced, certainly in this civic period, and certainly the most important policy and strategy going forward. So we welcome it. It is long overdue. As has been said, climate change emergency was declared because of a motion from the Labour group back in 2019, 5 years ago. So given that that is only 6 years now, as Councillor Wilson has said, to achieve carbon neutral by 2030, that's a tall order. And I absolutely agree. We've really got to give this a priority. In fairness, the council has dragged its heels somewhat on this one. But it is a good document, and it's a very thorough document, and I'd like to thank the climate change manager, although I don't believe he's here this evening, for producing the document. Although I am concerned that broadly it's been produced by consultants. Jeremy, it was actually £82,000, not £80,000, but you know we won't argue the difference. And I guess one of my concerns is because it's been produced by consultants, it doesn't actually probably have the ownership of officers within the city council. It's been produced by consultants. Pleased to see that the recommendations of overview and scrutiny have been picked up. Councillor Field and I worked with overview and scrutiny on that, and it was a really good process that we went through. What is important, as we've already said, is that the action plan and strategy is going to be driven at the highest political position. And okay, whether that's and I take Jeremy's point about a champion. I actually believe that it needs a dedicated cabinet member to drive forward this action plan. So the council will have soon a new administration. And it is absolutely vital that the council becomes carbon neutral by 2030, and absolutely crucial that the council works with residents, businesses and the broader community in Gloucester to achieve that. But it absolutely does need to be driven at the highest political level. Thank you.
Yes, any other debate on substantive motion? Rebecca's put your hand up first, so Rebecca first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've read this document. I'm quite impressed academically with it. Of course, a lot of work and effort has been put into it. I cannot deny that. I do feel politically, though, that it is a wish list, and I'm a bit disappointed that Councillor Richard Cook isn't accepting our amendment on the basis of that we want action. And sometimes we go through these strategies and, you know, if I'll eat my hat, let's just say that, if forward the clock, things are delivered from this strategy. But at the moment, I'm not convinced, just simply because you haven't accepted the amendment from Councillor Hilton, because I feel that did actually put strategy in action. And that is what I want to see from this city, is action, not just great words that we can all pontificate over, but actual action. And so I'm mindful in actually supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the strategy itself, I very much welcome it, as it gives us a good foundation to build upon. Particularly, I think there's a few points worth mentioning. One of the recommendations is consideration be given to ascertaining the views of young people on the climate change strategy, and I think that is particularly important. I read recently quite worrying research that would suggest this might be more difficult than we realise, especially engaging with young people. Recent research from the Centre for Combating Digital Hate has discovered that a worrying 1/3 of young people in the UK now believe climate change to be exaggerated. Unfortunately, there's a lot of money to be made in climate change denialism, and a lot of videos aimed at young people promoting it have been appearing on YouTube. Once you look at these videos, the YouTube algorithm will ensure you get bombarded with similar content, as monetization is the objective of the big tech companies. So we're going to have a challenge here on its own, just going out and speaking to young people and making sure that they understand how serious this is and how important it is that we all work together to fight climate change. That's mentioned in the policy, and young people is specifically mentioned. And I think when we go out and communicate this strategy, we will be going out of our way, in particular, emphasising talking to young people, and that is very important that we do so. With regards to the strategy itself, this is the building blocks. The pathway number 1, which covers creating a net zero Gloucester by 2030, as I've already said, that will be a massive challenge, but I'm sure we will rise to it. But again, it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to require a lot of focus from ourselves. With regards to the Gloucester District pathway to net zero by 2045, we know what needs to be done, and we know that it can only be achieved by working in partnership with our local communities and businesses in the city. Reading through the strategy is clear there's already a lot going on with our partners, and it does mention things like the Gloucestershire Resources and Waste Partnerships, working with the airport to make sure it keeps to its own green plan, and the various biodiversity projects in our open spaces throughout the city, which I think have been tremendous. Madam Mayor, this is the challenge of our generation, and meeting it will be a big role for us to play. The report mentions members of our community who are already at risk from climate change. We have already seen it in our city. We can remember the floods from 2007, and recently, yet again, the residents of Alney Island have been suffering the consequences of our extreme weather patterns, and now seem to be becoming the norm. So, in conjunction with plans to create a carbon zero district, we need to ensure that all those who are vulnerable to the climate change, who are already experiencing it, are adequately protected. I'm glad the strategy includes this, Madam Mayor. This could be arguably the most important strategy document ever to come before this council, as I've already said. Big thank you to the officers who have carried out the hard work. And moving forward, and as I move forward and go over my page, it's now up to us, really. Needless to say, we can't afford to fall short in this, and I'm pretty sure everyone in this chamber tonight will endorse this very important strategy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Chambers de Buse next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just really pleased to see that the climate change action plan has been, at long last, sorted out so far. I think what's clear to see, and I think what everyone would agree with, regardless to where you're sitting in this chamber, is that actually climate change and our future, we can't get this wrong. This is above party politics. This isn't about who is in administration after May the 2nd. It's about doing something. Now, we've got a choice. We can think of this a little bit like a journey. We can sit round here and we can hypothesise about the journey and about what it's going to be like and what we could do and dream about it and do very, very little. Or we can actually do something proactive and start planning that journey and put our first foot on the path. You know, we've all made journeys where the road has been closed or we've had to alter what we're doing. But the point is we set out on that journey and we started to do that. I think by not having a report brought to Cabinet, we are just sitting hypothesising. We're not taking that first step, and we need to take that step as quickly as possible to get there as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And Councillor Hilton again.
Yeah, just for any doubt, I'll be voting for recommend everybody else to vote for the resolution. It's a pity that the leader didn't accept my amendment. We think quite clearly that the climate change strategy needs to be adopted. We're fully in support of having consultation with the public. They need to understand exactly what the council is planning to do. And obviously, good consultation often brings in good ideas that we hadn't first thought of, and we should take those on board. It's absolutely right that there should be a members' briefing for the new councillors that have been elected on the 2nd of May. As far as the cabinet member, I'd just make an announcement now. If the Liberal Democrat group gains control of the council or is running the leadership, the cabinet, we will appoint a cabinet member with specific responsibilities for dealing with the climate change action plan, and we will instruct officers to present a report to cabinet before the summer recess. Whatever we decide today, that's not going to change a decision of an incoming Liberal Democrat administration, Madam Mayor. Just thought I'd make that clear.
Any further debate? No. We'll go to the vote. Yeah.
So, Councillor Norman?
No. And
Councillor Cook?
Councillor Cook, anything else?
I just like to a number of points for everybody's benefit. First of all, that I'd already made the commitment at the overview and scrutiny meeting that we would make this a senior position. All I pointed out at the time was that we did not know who would form the administration and therefore who it would be, who would get that cabinet position. So I'd already agreed to that, and I've agreed to that tonight. The issue that I didn't agree to tonight was the Section 5 of the amendment, which I felt was unrealistic for financial reasons. That it would put too much pressure on finance officers to plan for years of activity that we might make, and that was what I felt was wrong. I think there was a suggestion that there weren't enough officers involved in this. I went to meetings where almost every officer in the council, it seemed, was in attendance on this, whether they were from the environment team or whether they were from the city centre management team or from community wellbeing, because climate change affects every different aspect of the council. So officers were there and they did make relevant contributions, as did myself, the climate change member officer. So many people got involved in that I find it difficult to accept that somebody says that officers weren't involved. They were. Sorry, Councillor Trimnell, you sound to me like you're definitely glass half empty rather than glass full, but that was your opinion. I don't agree with it. And Councillor Wilson suggesting that we need to involve young people, I agree with you, 100% agree with you, because far too many of them are being influenced on social media by the misinformation that's going on there, and we need to make sure that we involve them to reverse that trend. So it seems to me that we'll have support for this motion, so I'm happy for that, and I'll leave it there.
We go to a vote on the original motion.
Those in favour?
Those in favour?
Against?
Anybody against? No.
Abstentions?
Abstentions? No, I think that was a unanimous one. Thank you. Well done, everyone. I think, can we just, if you have a very quick one, I'm happy to give you 5 minutes comfort break. So if you'd like to do that, because I know one or two people want to move around. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I've been working in Matson on a park for even before I was a councillor, when I was volunteering in the community. And I've managed to, so far, just get a chair that accepts roundabout that accepts wheelchairs so they can enjoy it as well as anybody else. Some new swings, a fenced and gated area. But it's just not enough. And I just feel I will always fight for the minorities if they need a voice. And I've got friends and family that have various disabilities and need access to these play parks. But a lot of play parks don't have any pathways that go to each piece of equipment, so they've got to go over grass on some of it. So it's quite bad. But lost my notes. And I think to make all these parks really accessible for everybody, I think we need to maybe get some more community engagement, get the voice of the community, because I know I've always asked people about the parks, and this is for parks all over the city. So I think we definitely need to get more people on board from each community that we try and attempt to put these accessible parks in. I mean, the previous councillors before me were quite against me putting the park in the first place, but I've done it anyway. So I just feel like if we need to engage with the families more. We need to engage with the children that aren't as well able to as anybody else. We don't really want to leave anybody out of the park when they come to play. So I really do think, losing my place now. I really do feel that we need to back this motion, and we need to, and I've got to say, making all play parks all inclusive by December 2026 is a goal I think is achievable, that we should be able to accomplish. I mean, Gloucester is a crucial step towards creating a more equitable, welcoming and accessible community for everybody, visitors included. And by prioritising inclusivity in our recreational spaces, we can provide and promote social coercion, which kids can then get involved with their brothers and sisters, and they're not being left out of any sports. They can just have a great load of fun, which I can't stress how important this is. Not just for them to feel included, but for their mental health. How much joy is going to bring the parents to see that they are able to go to these parks, they are able to go on pieces of equipment without them having to run after them and worry that something's going to happen. I really cannot stress how important this is. And I would like to say thank you for the amendment, because I really do appreciate that. I've got no problem with that. But yeah, I really, really feel we should support this. This is something that is close to my heart. And even if I don't get elected, I will still be working to get these parks all inclusive. And then hopefully my friend's daughter will have a big smile on her face again. So yeah, there you go.
Thank you. You have a seconder? Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you, Brendan, for all the work you've done in the community. When I first came to Matson many years ago, I heard about the good work you've been doing in the area, the disabled roundabout you did to ensure that people with disabilities, those less able, those in wheelchairs, had the same rights as people that are less able-bodied. So thank you for the work and your continued work as a councillor. So, by making play parks in Gloucester all-inclusive by December 2026, we can create a more welcoming, more environmentally friendly for children and families with different diverse disabled backgrounds. The importance of inclusive play parks cannot be overstated. These spaces provide children with all sorts of opportunities, such as physical activity, social interaction and imaginative play, fostering their development and well-being. However, traditional play parks in our city of Gloucester often lack the necessary features and amenities to accommodate individuals with disabilities. This limits their participation, their enjoyment. By making our parks all-inclusive, we can ensure that every child has the opportunity to play and learn and has fun in an accessible city environment. By doing this, we aim to serve several key objectives. Accessibility for all, making sure our play parks in Gloucester are all inclusive and children with all abilities have access to play equipment. Safety and designs, making sure that all inclusive design standards meet Disabled Discrimination Act and are all disabled friendly, whether you're wheelchair, sensory elements, critical needs or some levels of autism. Community engagement and consultation is needed, and this motion calls for that, engaging with residents, families, advocacy groups, and also those in our community to give them a voice by giving them the opportunity to say what they need, rather than that being decided in the council chamber. And timely implementation, setting a deadline for December 2026 is vital, because far too many times motions are held in this council, agreed, months and years go by without any implementation. So this is very vital, and I hope all will support and not change any dates whatsoever. If any dates are to be changed, I hope you'll bring them forward. To conduct necessary assessments to ensure that there's a comprehensive assessment to identify any gaps and barriers to stop inclusivity in our play parks. To develop guidelines, create design guidelines and standards for inclusive play parks, something we can replicate through all the parks in our city. Get best practice starting at Matson and then working your way around the rest of the city, ensuring that this model doesn't have to be changed and designed repeatedly. We can use the same model as a template to reduce cost in design and improve speed and installation of these disabled equipments. Allocate funding resources, ensure the necessary funding is there to support planning, design, construction for all inclusive play parks. Securing grants, partnerships and contributions is very important, and we hope that the City Council and those that are going to be standing after May 2024 will help implement this in a timely manner. In conclusion, as Brendan said, an all-inclusive play park by December 2026 is fundamental in our city to ensure that everyone has that right to play. We've witnessed in this chamber here where we haven't been inclusive to people with disabilities. So we need to make sure that at the very start of people's lives, the very start, they're walking, talking, playing. They've got that same opportunity as everyone else has. And I wish you all support it. And if there are any amendments, I hope they don't change or remove the requirements of this fantastic motion Brendan has brought forward, and an advocate for disabled rights, disabled discrimination, to ensure that children and adults in our city are being treated fairly. So thank you, Brendan, for bringing this in, and thank you for all the work you've done over the many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor D. I had myself for the amendment because I had nodded to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to move a minor amendment to this motion, and I have a seconder in Councillor Brooker. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell, for bringing forward this motion on community play parks. It seems that great minds think alike, on this subject anyway. Play areas are a great community asset, benefiting children and families, and research demonstrates how important play is for young children's healthy growth. Play areas should be designed with inclusivity and accessibility in mind. Accessibility is about removing barriers that may prevent children with disabilities from taking part, whilst inclusion is about going one step further by introducing opportunities for play that ensures every child is included. There are playgrounds in this city that are technically accessible for a wheelchair user to access the space, but not necessarily inclusive, as there may be no equipment in the park for a child with disabilities to engage with. Councillor O'Donnell's motion proposes a needs assessment to inform the design and development of inclusive play areas, and this assessment may look at what is already in place and how this could be added to so that it becomes inclusive. For example, an accessible platform added to a pre-existing structure, or the creation of a sensory play area and extra seating. An accessible and inclusive playground may have nearby parking, dropped curbs on pavements, wide paths, solid surfacing instead of wood chips. It could include the addition of ramps on the play structures, like wooden bridges and forts, high back swings, double width slides. The list is non-exhaustive. When considering the cost of supporting the construction of all-inclusive play parks, it is worth noting that an inclusive playground is for the whole community, and the adapted play equipment can be played on by all children, where all children can feel equal and have fun together. If you agree, Councillor Donnell, which I think you already have, and are happy to accept this amendment, then I am happy not to move my motion this evening.
Do you have a seconder? Is it, do you wish to speak now? Right, okay. That accepted by you, Councillor Donnell?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, so that's a substantive motion. I can't say it, my mousetrap. So we're going to vote on that?
No,
No debate, sorry. Anybody else like to talk? Councillor Debus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing that motion, and thank you, Councillor D, as well. As you both know, this is something that I'm very passionate about too, is disability rights and equality for people. It's great because actually, yeah, we shouldn't be putting anything new into the public realm at all if it's not accessible. There's no excuse not to have accessible things. Yeah, it's not just about children with disabilities and people with wheelchairs. I know for a fact in our ward, there was a lady who, when we were looking at the tennis court situation, was really worried because as a disabled parent, it was the only place where she could take her little boy in the winter to play ball because she couldn't get her wheelchair into a field or something. So having it accessible for everybody within the family, things like accessible picnic benches, accessible play areas, big wide paths, yeah, we need them. And I just think as a council, we really should not be thinking about installing anything unless it's accessible. Thank you.
Anybody else like to say anything? Oh, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think play areas falls in my portfolio, and I recall a report coming to council, I think it was late 2019 or early 2020, where we got a list of new play areas that have been installed since 2009. Play areas are funded mostly by Section 106 funding, so that the availability of that, of course, is changing. But in that period of time, we installed nearly 50 new play areas within the city, taking the total to over 80. So I think we've done a great job of installing play areas, but I would strongly agree with this motion to support the need now to look at how we can make them more disabled friendly, more helpful to people who have those disablement needs. So I'd strongly support that.
Anybody else? No. So we're going to go. Booker, do you want to? No, you're. Councillor Donald, do you wish to sum up, or have you?
I will just say thank you all for supporting this motion. I know I get quite emotional when it comes to things. I take things to heart. I'd rather than spiting the stuff that I'm no good at spiting. So I really do appreciate everyone's support on this, and yeah, so let's just go for it. Thank you.
So we're going to vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Okay, I think
unanimous.
Unanimous. Yes, Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This council notes that child and young people exploitation is a serious and growing crime. While the exploitation of children by criminals has sadly been happening for a long time, the ways in which it's evolved and increasing risks to children and young people mean that barely a week goes past without devastating news story reaching the headlines. Young children are being drawn into exploitative situations, while most of our vulnerable children, including those who have been excluded from school or in care, are at most risk. We know that children who are under the radar are also now being targeted due to their anonymity with the authorities. The effects of child exploitation can be devastating and have a profound effect on children for the rest of their lives. Councils have a key role to play in tackling child exploitation head-on, from awareness raising, staff training, prevention and support for children who have been victims. This cannot be done alone. The LGA states, just bear with me, the LGA states several documents. The LGA's guidelines for councillors is a document, and it's one of the main items in there. And it states points to find out, where you can find out, to see and identify child exploitation. Signs to look for. Significant decline in school results and performance. Self-harm or significant changes in emotional well-being. Unexplained acquisition of designer clothes. Unexplained acquisition of mobile phone. Leaving home to have unexplained holidays with controlling adults. And unexplained acquisition of money. These are all warning signs, red flags to find people in our community, those within us that potentially are sex offenders. And we have to work together to identify these persons and give people that have been abused as children and young adults the opportunity to speak out, feel available to speak out, not feel that they're going to be victim blamed. Be given that platform that they can speak out independently, freely, and not be blamed, because there's a lot of victim blaming on, especially in young men. So 3 days ago was actually the National Child Exploitation Awareness Day. On March the 8th, we want the world to unite against child exploitation. The National Child Exploitation Awareness Day aims to highlight the issues surrounding child exploitation. Together we can work to inform, educate and prevent child abuse through exploitation within the UK. One of the biggest drivers they're doing at the moment is sexual exploitation of boys and young men. This is off their website. This is the main priority they're looking for. The sexual exploitation of boys and young men does happen. The Government Education Department guidance published supports research in the field that acknowledges boys and young men, as well as girls and young women, can be sexually exploited. Research in this area is called hidden in plain sight. That's saying that this offence, this exploitation is happening in front of us, but people are too scared to speak up about it, or too scared to look at it in the face head on and deal with it. We all know it happens. We've just got to look for these signs. NSPCC states that groomers gain trust by employing the child or working closely with the child, for example, a sports venue or club, offering advice or understanding to the child, pretending to be that person to go to, buying the child gifts, designer clothes, gifting the child and giving the child attention, using their professional position to influence the child, using a reputation of taking the child on trips, outings and holidays. So if you see these paedophilia, sexual exploitation types, you need to speak up. We need to speak up together. So the final moments, I'm just going to raise a situation. People don't like speaking about Jimmy Savile. It's one of those taboos, you know. I wanted to be on Jimmy Savile's TV show when I was a kid. I thought it was fantastic. Brenda did as well. Thankfully, we didn't go. But the BBC documentary, I'm not sure if you've seen it, shows that Jimmy Savile used his nightclub, his DJ, to attract young children. The BBC documentary showed how Jimmy Savile used to drive young people around after the club in his Rolls Royce, where several children were taken back to his flat and abused. The BBC showed how he had a strange and healthy fascination with his mum, who he called the Duchess, where he kept her room as it was after her death. His mother knew there was an unsettling, odd situation with him, and this was identified and shown in the BBC documentary. Yeah. Jimmy put himself in a position of charity, obtained an MBE, gifting children and giving children the opportunity and giving them that presence on TV. And according to the National Crime Agency, 1, 2, 3 people at minimum are paedophiles out of 100 men. And people don't like that word paedophile, but I'm sorry, that's the word to call these people. And together we need to unite and stamp it out, because it's sickening behaviour.
Sorry, can you sum up, please? Your time is out.
I'm going to sum up now. A friend from school was very quiet at school. I never knew why. I saw him about 6 months ago at the bus station in Gloucester, funny enough, and he's now on heroin. He's a significant heroin user. He told me his 2 brothers, twins, had killed themselves, and his dad and his uncle had abused them from a young age. Think about that.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, I think we can all agree that paedophilia is a sickening, disgusting, vile act, and it's just a shame that the punishment doesn't fit the crime, but we're not here for that at the moment. I mean, they destroy a child's life, they should have their life taken away. I'm not saying bring back hanging or anything like that, but they should at least spend 40 years in prison as far as I'm concerned. The National Crime Agency's fullfact.org say that there's 1 in 35 men that would be a paedophile. I mean, God forbid it could be one of us. There's 35 of us in here, so statistically. But I just feel we do hide away from this sort of thing. And I know, not from personal experience, but I know from experience of talking to people that have gone through this, that when it comes to trying to talk to people of, not power, influence, about their problems, who they should run to, a lot of the time it just gets brushed off. So they don't want to deal with that word. They don't want to deal with the crime. And like Alistair said, I mean, Jim will fix it. You've got you better all folks. What's his name? Rolf Harris. They're all in that able to do what they did because of their famous and stuff. So I think this should really be voted for. I really can't see how anybody could vote against it anyway, really, because it is for the great good of the younger community, the children. I mean, they're all going to be voters when they're older. Do you know what I mean? If we don't help them now, then God knows who's going to help them. But yeah, so I just really want to reiterate that this is definitely a motion we should all be supporting. We shouldn't be shying away from the word paedophilia, because we need to make people aware that we know it's going on. We're not afraid to talk about it. If you've got issues, come and speak to us. If we're a councillor in your ward, come and speak to us. We've got no issues not being afraid of this word. We will fight your corner all the way. So I really do think that we should be voting for this motion. Thank you.
To be moved by, is it right?
Yeah, we have an amendment to be moved by Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and we welcome this initiative, and we have a minor amendment. I have a secondary in Councillor Steph Chambers. I understand this stemmed from a safeguarding review at Gloucestershire County Council into the inadequate care provided to a child with complex behavioral needs who was found groomed and sexually abused by her carer and became pregnant while in care. Quoting Cabinet Member for Children and Safeguarding, Stephen Davis, in an article published at Gloucestershire Live, thanks to Carmelo. He said, there was an apparent lack of supervision, safety, and quality of care in this regard. He continued, while mistakes have been made and lessons learned from this, we should not lose sight of the fact that the offender is a manipulative individual who has been charged, tried, and found guilty for this offense, unquote. Now, this will tell us and remind us and demonstrate to all of us that crime does not pay. The Conservative administration supports this initiative via an amended motion which calls for the following. That this council agrees to work with partners, including the County Council and police, to commission a report to question the extent of child and young person exploitation which exists in Gloucester. Number 2, training to be introduced for all senior managers, elected members, and appropriate other officers. Should include warning signs, how to report concerns, how to safeguard, and how to prevent cases like this. Training should also include evidence gathering, the correct mechanisms for reporting, and a tracking system implemented to ensure that the children and young people do not get lost in the system. 3, work with partners to raise awareness for young people and children, including the public, on how to obtain help and how to report specifically for areas within this council's responsibility. And finally, that this motion is noted and referred to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to enable further consideration to take place, including officer and stakeholders' advice. This may require a task and finish group being set up before the Overview and Scrutiny Committee reports back to Cabinet and then Council on any recommendations it wishes to make.
Ray, I think you might have just made an error there.
That's Councillor Hilton's amendment.
That's Councillor Hilton's amendment you're reading as well. I mean, I know we want to help the Liberals, but we won't want to help them that much.
Sorry. If we omit the last bit first, sorry.
Can I help
Just
out?
to clear, just clarify it.
All working together.
Yes.
We're going to work together.
Have a hug in a minute.
We're going to work together. This is a detailed and complex issue.
Yeah.
And we were waiting to see what the Conservative amendment would be because we know they've got the majority to pass it.
Yeah.
My amendment was to refer it to the Scrutiny Committee. I'm withdrawing that now so that we can get on with the debate because we're happy to support the whole motion. It was done because you've got to get it in before midday. So we got it in before midday in the event that we weren't happy with the
There you are.
Conservative amendment.
There you are, Ray. You made him a happy man. Thank you. So the amendment, as written on the amendment, is what we're voting on, is that? Yeah. Well, it's what is, yeah, okay. You finished, Ray? Oh, sorry, I sort of cut you off midstream there, but.
I stand corrected, sorry. The amendment goes like this. This council agrees to write to partners, including the council. All right, that's fine. So I think the initiative is leading us to the right direction. It is a necessary first step, and the time to act on this is now.
No, that's the other second.
Do you have a second there? Steph, would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to Alistair Chambers for bringing the motion, and thank you to Ray for his amendment today. And I'm sure I'm not alone in this room when I say that as a councillor, whilst we are here to represent the people of our wards who elected us and the wider city, there are some that are in greater need of our support due to their vulnerabilities. Children, of course, fall into this bracket, and there are some children that for many reasons will be more vulnerable and susceptible to exploitation online or in the real world by a stranger or by somebody they know. Whilst we're not the authority responsible for children's services, statutory guidance states that anyone who has concerns about a child's welfare should consider whether a referral needs to be made to a local authority, children's social care, and should do immediately if there is concern that that child is suffering significant harm or is likely to do so. The nature of this heinous crime is very complex, and perpetrators can often be very charming, not only towards the victims, but towards other people around them. That is why we must provide a comprehensive training plan to all employees and councillors, and also encourage our partners to do the same. The behaviours of the perpetrators of this type of crime often lead to the young person believing it is normal, so they do not speak out. So although we all have a duty to report, we can only do so if we as councillors working in the community understand the signs to look for. We cannot just tick a box and say we did our bit. We must ensure that we are doing all we can. There are many areas within this authority where we may be able to spot the signs of child exploitation in one of its many forms and ensure that a child is offered as much support with the correct people as possible. And we should never be allowed to victim blame, and has been the case in some high-profile cases in the past. In particular, in our authority, housing officers, community wellbeing team and antisocial behaviour officers may be in a position to make a real difference in a young person's life by spotting the signs and getting the appropriate help and support. Child exploitation is not new, and sadly this type of criminality has been around probably since time began. And last year, me and my teenage children went to see a theatre show at the Everyman called Oliver Twisted, and it was quite a good comparison between now, children being exploited by drug gangs and being bought designer trainers, back to the times of Oliver Twist, and that was all child exploitation then and now. find where I've got to. Now is the time that we need to speak up and talk about it, whilst it can be very upsetting for some to hear and discuss. By talking and speaking out, if we can help one person have the courage to seek help, then we're doing the right thing, and we're showing the perpetrators that you cannot hide anymore, and we do not accept it. I welcome this motion and the amendments put forward, and following a conversation today with the Cabinet members responsible for Children's Services at County Council, he agrees it's a timely motion and is happy to receive our letter.
Thank you. Do you accept the amendment, Councillor Alistair Chambers?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, a debate on the amended motion. Has anybody like to contribute anything else? Councillor Tu?
Thank you very much, Alistair, bringing a nice motion. As a responsible members of the society, it's our duty to protect our children and ensure their safety and well-being. Stopping pedophilia, we must create an environment where victims feel safe to come forward and speak out against their abusers. We must empower our children, own children with knowledge and awareness, recognize inappropriate behavior, know how to seek help if they ever find themselves endangered. Likewise, we must educate parents, caregivers, educators, community members about the warning sign of abuse and steps to take if abuse is suspected. So in conclusion, let us stand together in solidarity against the pedophilia, and let us commit ourselves ending this cycle of abuse and ensuring safer and brighter future for our children. Together we can make the difference. Together we can stop them. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Oh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that very good motion, and Alistair. But we have health and wellbeing within our schools. We have multidisciplinary teams that are already working on this. Every teacher goes to child protection yearly. It's, you know, there's something they have to do. Multidisciplinary teams. Unfortunately, there isn't enough money in social care to get the social workers out there to help in the areas that are needed help in.
Any further debate?
Sorry, Councillor Trinlott.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really welcome this motion with a passion, but I think it's important to note that we have to be careful with language and we have to be careful with the terms that we're using. I happened to look earlier on the NSPCC website, and, you know, actually they have the massive article there, and I would really encourage every member of this council to go away and look at it. And it's about why the term paedophile can be problematic and should be used with caution. And there's a lot of case studies on there which show when that term is used inappropriately, it can actually cause problems in then determining who the sexual abuser is in a given context. And so, you know, I think that's something that really just needs to be emphasised. But yeah, I welcome it and hope that a lot of work can be done through the group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing the motion, Alistair. Really, it's just a little handful of thoughts here. The first one is, sadly, we need to remember that whilst the majority of perpetrators may be male, females can be perpetrators too, and females can be involved in grooming. You know, when you look at people like Ghislaine Maxwell and things like that. So if someone does approach you, just bear that in mind. Something a little bit more that I think that the council could do, probably tomorrow even, that would really help for now, is, yeah, who is our safeguarding lead? If one of the councillors here had a concern, could they come to in the council and say, hang on a minute, I'm a bit worried about this, what do I need to do? Maybe that could be circulated by email even tomorrow, just the contact details of who the council safeguarding lead is. And my final thing is, yeah, a lot of the young people that we've been talking about today are people who are quite difficult to engage with, who some people would say are invisible. and who, for whatever reason, have become or can be very vulnerable. You know, money is always an issue, but we're seriously letting people down here. And one of the ways that we're letting people down is the complete decimation of the youth service, which was a safety net for scooping up those people and really provided such a valuable service, enabling young people to be able to tell their story and to stay safe and have safe environments to go to. I know that's not a city council thing, it's a county council thing, but maybe we have county councils that sit here among us. That's something that they can feed back to. Yeah, we can do our bit here within the city council. They need to do their bit as well. Yes.
Pam, please. Now, is there any other debate? Pam, would you like to say anything? Would you like to say anything now?
Yeah, I know. I think we ought to be safeguarded. As you know, you do. I've got to declare an interest because I, in a sense, you know my position on it. But we are safeguarded, but every other 2 months, aren't we? The committees we've sat on, I sat on for 25 years, and you're absolutely right. And it's not. You know, it happens anywhere and any time. And it's just not youth. It's more, you know, older people as well. It's everywhere. We could all be in that social area. And you mentioned that name earlier on, and I couldn't do anything. I was with I can't do. I'm signing some secrecy. Yeah. So yeah, but no, I'm glad it's brought along. But I mean, it's a normal thing that we should be all, you know, have our safeguarding. Isn't that right, Mr. Gravel? Yeah. Thank you, madam. I can't say because of points of interest.
Thank you, Pam. Closing speeches, Alistair, do you have anything to say?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your support, and thank you for those that spoke out. I know it's a sensitive subject, but that's the reason I brought it to council on the last council, so everyone can think about the devastation sexual offences against children do, not only them as children, as them at later life in their when they're in their adulthood. I'm going to give you some figures now. Results findings indicated that 77 of men disclosed their sexual abuse. However, they waited over an average 15.4 years before sharing that experience. Many of the offenders and perpetrators that had abused them sadly had already passed away, just like Jimmy Savile. However, women are more likely to speak about their sexual offences, and that's why I've highlighted that today, and that's why it's one of the main agendas for National Child Exploitation Awareness Day, which was only a few days ago. And maybe that adds to the reason that men are more likely to kill themselves through suicide than that of women. Men are 4 times more likely to take their own life, and given that men don't really speak about sexual abuse, maybe there is a link between that. So hopefully off the back of this, the conclusion is that this council agrees to commission a report of questions to the extent of child and young person exploitation which exists in Gloucester. So going to be a report to see what's going on. Obviously, going by that, only 77% of men say what's going on, so this report won't be full, but we can kind of figure out that 30% on top. Stamping out child exploitation relies on full engagement from all partners at senior level and elected members. We need to question the extent of which this is happening in our local area. Training for senior managers, elected members and appropriate other officials, such as officers, should include warning signs, how to report concerns, how to safeguard and how to prevent. Training should also be included, as well as evidence gathering. To work closely with partners to raise awareness for young people and children, including the public, on how to obtain help, how to report, and specifically for areas within this council's responsibility. And that this motion is noted and referred to the overall overview and scrutiny committee to enable further consideration to take place, including officer and stakeholder advice. This is the amendment I'm speaking out now. Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, so anyway, I'm doing the Raymond at the moment, aren't I? But what I can just say is thank you, everyone. Please let's work together. Let's identify these offenders in our community. Let's speak about them. And I am going to bring out a petition, and I hope you all agree with me in the future, that I demand and request that we all support it. Demand's probably the wrong word. Sorry. I hope that we can all support it. That I want to bring back hanging for sex offenders against children. Thank you.
I think that is something we can't comment on. Thank you. Let's vote on the amended motion. Those in favour? Okay. Nobody's abstained? No, that's okay. So, Councillor Chambers, your next motion, please.
I'm pretty certain all councillors here have come across NOS, nitrous oxide canisters, that are getting commonly used for recreational purposes, inhaling and pose several health dangers to children, young adults and adults. Some risks are obviously environmental impact. NOS canisters have got gases, affects greenhouse contributions to global warming, releases in the atmosphere, and it causes danger to decomposition because it doesn't decompose, and also environmental pollution. Fire hazard, which we do know in this chamber, which was raised by me in the meeting in January, asking the council how many fires had been at the Ubico waste plants, where over 8 fires were recorded, 2 needed fire brigade assistance. Since then, further mitigation had been put in place to reduce the likelihood of fires. However, 3 small fires have since happened since then. And I've spoken to the waste manager of the City Council, and they also posted on one of my posts about NOSLIS, and they also said that they had contributed to fires at Ubico. So I was in an NHS seminar today, actually, in Coney Hill, and they're actually talking about the issues around the NOS canisters, issues with wildlife, issues to health and safety, issues to waste, and issues to the bailiffs. And I asked the question, what do you think about these bins? And there's 2 things to it. They said potentially the argument might be that people would think you're contributing to it, or saying it's acceptable. However, they said things like heroin use happens in our city. We therefore provide needles to ensure safe depository of heroin needles. They're not saying it's a good thing, but they're making exceptions for it to be deposited safely. The same as litter, rubbish. You've got a bin. You can dispose of the rubbish there rather than it going on the floor. This is no different. This is a safety bin to make sure that it's disposed of safely, yeah? It's not saying we accept this, we think it's great, carry on. It's no different to disposing of rubbish safely, disposing of needles safely, and disposing of gas canisters when you take them to the recycling centres. So all we're trying to do is make it a safer city for Gloucester. We're not saying, crack on, off you go, enjoy yourself, we've got a little box on the side. We're saying, look, we know it's happening in our city, like the sex offences. We're not hiding away from it. We're going to deal with it. And we're going to deal with it by safely depositing these boxes to enable people in our city that do use it to dispose of it there. However, on each box, we can make their safety issues on there, put some displays on the boxes and explain the risks around it. No different to having this pack of cigarettes from the shop. Have a pack of cigarettes and it says risks of tumour, risks of cancer, etc. And this is the same thing. You can use it as attention for youth, attention for adults, to make them aware of the health and safety concerns, health problems as a result, how many deaths have been recorded as a result of taking this gas, and obviously the understanding of waste pollution. And this would be a really good educational way around the city to get that message out, dispose of it properly, safeguard the people at Ubico from having a fire there as well, and just ensure that our city is a bit cleaner, a bit safer, and we can recycle these. They're not just going into waste. They're not adding to landfill. And you work out the waste, the heavy units. To go in here, they can be recycled properly, they can be disposed of properly, and it's the best way to do it. So I think it'd be absolutely crazy for any party or anyone here to vote against this. I think this is a really, really good motion, safeguarding children in parks, safeguarding elderly, safeguarding the people that clear up our rubbish, safeguarding the people that use the balers, and helping to contribute to recycling. Thank you very much.
You have a seconder. Do you wish to speak now or reserve right? Thank you.
No, I fully agree with Alistair. We got so many problems with it in Matson, especially around the little muggers where all the kids hang out and play. And to show how dangerous they are, I know somebody that actually, outside his back garden, there's a little bit of grass that belongs to the council, but he always cuts it right by his fence. What he didn't see the one day was one of those little silver crappy things. And my God, did he jump when he ran over it. And he just can't believe they're just thrown on the grass like this. If a big grass cut now come along and hit it, God knows what would happen. But this is a seriously bad problem we have, and not just our communities, but in all communities. And to not have these bins I think is irresponsible, because people are just going to continue to throw them everywhere and anywhere. And no doubt, even if we had the bins, we're probably still going to get a few thrown away anyway. But I do think it would make much better sense if we had these bins in place, and like Alistair said, put labels on there explaining the dangers of the canisters. And people really going to like smoking, take it or ignore it. But the fact that we are actually out there trying to get something done. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, NOS was the third most used drug in England and Wales, and it's mostly used by 16 to 59-year-olds. Well, I'm 50 and I haven't tried it yet, but there you go. So I think it would be silly not to vote for this, because we're going to get people that still put it in normal bins, and that's going to cause problems for Rubicon. So I think we should really consider this properly and go ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments? Jeremy?
Yeah, can I thank Alistair and Brendan for bringing this motion to council. I think we all walked around the city and seen these canisters dumped in various places. They're usually tucked away where somebody's been sniffing the canisters and where they can't be seen at the time, and they're usually left there. Having seen somebody sniffing these canisters when I was walking through my ward one day, I can't believe that they'll be in a state to even care about where they throw the canisters afterwards. So it's always going to happen. It's just the same as you see a number of people that are drinking too heavily with alcohol. What happens? They leave the cans, the bottles all around where they've been. They stagger off home and forget that they've left the place littered with the cans. And so it's going to happen time and time again. But how you deal with it and deal with the disposal and everything else needs further consideration. I just don't think any of us have got the information today, or maybe Alistair does, but I don't have the information to make a valued judgment on whether this motion stacks up or not, and whether the solutions that you're suggesting would work. And I'd want to see advice from the police. I would want to see advice from the other professionals about what the situations. I'd like to see the advice from Ubico and how these canisters can be safely disposed of, and other professionals before I made a decision on whether to support the proposals that have been outlined. Therefore, I'm proposing that this motion is noted and referred to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to enable further consideration to take place, including officer and stakeholder advice. This may require a task and finish group being set up before the Overview and Scrutiny Committee reports back to Cabinet and then to council on any recommendations it wishes to make. I'm not suggesting that we don't look at it. What I'm suggesting is we need to look at it in a proper way with all the evidence and look at what the solutions might be. At the moment, the proposer and secretary are giving us solutions, and I just don't have the understanding or the evidence to say, yes, that's the right thing we should do. Therefore, I'm proposing to move a referral of this motion. I'm not amending the motion, just refer the whole motion to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Alistair will be able to make his presentation, and we will get advice from officers, and we might need a task and finish group. And of course, Alistair and Brendan would be welcome to sit on that and look at the detail and come forward with clear proposals that are workable, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, why not? Thanks for that, Jeremy, and thank you both for the motion. I mean, you have come forward with some quite imaginative solutions. But as Jeremy says, the best time to come up with solutions to complex issues is not necessarily a 20-minute debate at 9:30 at night at the end of quite a long council. We need more, we need to look at it more, and that's why task and finish groups, I think, are the best way of coming up with workable solutions to what can be quite complex issues. We don't, in my view, use them often enough. Evidence can be gathered, officers can be consulted on what is and isn't possible, and then proposals put to Cabinet. It's clear that both Councillor Chambers and Councillor O'Donnell have already gathered a considerable amount of evidence. So this should be, I would have thought, a fairly quick process. One of you should really be on the task and finish group. And then we can look at it in more detail offline, not in a very brief debate, and then come up with the best solution and the best way to take us forward. So I would suggest that the motion itself, we should amend the motion to include this, and we put it to a task and finish group who will have the time and will be able to call in and speak to other bodies and come up with the best solution possible. So I think it's a good idea, and I think that's the route we should go down. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is the amendment accepted, Alistair, by you?
I think it's a really good amendment. Thank you very much.
Debate? Any further debate on? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We really appreciate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also agree that it's a very good amendment. Had it been entirely left to me to make a decision, I would have voted this down because of all sorts of reasons. I don't like to see what are illegal items being condoned or apparently condoned by the City Council by collecting them in selected locations. I also don't believe that the people who use them would bother using those selected locations for the simple reason that they might be fearful of somebody photographing them and saying, if you're putting illegal substances in these collection points, you're obviously breaking the law, and therefore got them on film or on camera or something like that, just to see how how they've been illegal in what they've done. I think people just dump them out the door of the car at the traffic light, or throw them into people's back gardens. I agree that this amended motion, looking at it in more detail, is probably the right way to go. Certainly, nitrous oxide canisters are not inflammable. That gas is not inflammable. So the accidents that have happened at Ubico were caused by batteries, not by nitrous oxide canisters. They might cause an explosion, but the explosion would not cause any flame or any burning. It's just as the pressurized canister is burst, it explodes, but it's not inflammatory. The final thought is that the authority for disposing of these items is actually the County Council. We're the collection authority, so we shouldn't have to be finding disposal arrangements. That's the County Council. I do know that the County Council have to pay Smiths £9 per canister when they're presented. So they're going to be extremely reluctant to have us having collection stations all around the city collecting these items. Nonetheless, we collect them anyway in people's household waste, in bins, from fly tips, from just street cleaning, and we give those, Ubico pass those over to Smiths on behalf of the County Council at a cost of £9 each. Huge cost, which I don't think they'll be very comfortable with us increasing by introducing more collection stations. So for all of those reasons, I would have voted against this motion straight away. I'm sorry, Alistair, I appreciate your point, trying to not have so much litter in the streets. But I think the proposal by Councillor Hilton to have a task and finish group is a very good one, because it'll give everybody the opportunity to look at all these issues. Thank you.
Any further debate?
Councillor
Conda, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two of these canisters sitting at the back of my house at the moment. The bin men didn't take them. Last time they did take them. 2 weeks ago, I reported 11 having been thrown onto the playing field of Denmark Road High School. It's a problem that the government needs to deal with. It's the source of these canisters that needs to be dealt with. In the meantime, the users are not going to dispose of them. It's going to be the ordinary upright citizen who takes on this responsibility. They're too heavy to carry in any number. We all remember when we used to go to the supermarket and dispose of our cans and bottles, cardboard and newspaper, and I think the supermarket is probably the place for these bins if we have to have them at all. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
He can't, he's already
You've already spoken in your debate.
So
I think that's it.
if not, then Councillor Chambers has to sum up.
Yes. Sum up now, please, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Richard Cook. I presume that means the Conservative Party are voting for the amendment. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And thank you, the Liberals, for including the task and finish group to it. That's a really good touch, like a cherry on a cake. But a very, very beautiful cake made by me. What I was going to say, with regards to the fire risk, www.gov.uk government website says nitrous oxide is not flammable, but will support combustion to the same extent as oxygen. So obviously, you know, your oxygen ignition, oxygen materials is like the source of fire. And the incorrect disposal of nitrous oxide canisters in mixed recycling bins could lead to canisters exploding. Obviously, you've got to look at the health benefits for keeping our waste operatives safe. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate that, and thanks for your support.
We go to vote on the amended motion. Those in favour?
That's unanimous again.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, we've actually come to the 3 hours mark again. So I really need to have your wishes whether you want to close the meeting or continue. And 2/3 of those members must vote in favour of closing the meeting, otherwise the meeting will continue.
So those in favour of closing the meeting?
Those in favour of closing the meeting, raise your hands. Sorry, I think we're here for the duration. Yep.
Those against?
Those against?
No, the meeting continues.
Meeting continues. It is the last one after all. Okay, okay.
Right, so we now go to Councillor Morgan.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was beginning to think that my last moment in the spotlight was going to be robbed from me. Do excuse the cough. Well, it's been a lovely cuddly council tonight, hasn't it? Oh, yeah. And we've had a happy Hilton, well, which was great. And we have had some important issues debated tonight with the motions that we have had. So I think that is excellent. But Madam Mayor, I brought this motion to council tonight because I believe it is vital that our concerns about public behaviour are made known to the people of Gloucester and indeed more widely. And as the recommendations request, to assist new councillors elected in May deal with the pressures they may be subjected to. This is not a motion plucked from a website somewhere, or the Ladybird Book of Council Motions, or even the Trotter's Guide to Peckham Politics, but it is prompted by years of experience. My concerns have grown over the last couple of years. Globally, Donald Trump scares the whatever out of me. In fact, I am reminded of a line from the film Gladiator, when the emperor says of his son, Commodius is not a moral man. Putin worries me. I fear for the people of Ukraine, whom we must continue to support in all possible ways. The sad conflict in Gaza is both worrying and upsetting to us all. Meanwhile, in this country, it is depressing that millions of pounds, which could be used elsewhere, need to be spent on increased security for our MPs. Furthermore, the activities and result of the recent Rochdale by-election alarms me greatly. Locally, I have never before experienced the need for security protection in this chamber, or that I should receive a threatening phone call from someone I do not know about a subject over which I have no control. Likewise, in all my years, I have never before heard of an officer in this council allegedly feeling intimidated by a councillor. The rights of people to protest is fundamental, and so is the right of free speech. But these rights also come with responsibilities to behave in a fair and decent way. So, Madam Mayor, I believe it is imperative for us to reaffirm our commitment to upholding the highest standards of behaviour, morality and integrity. We cannot expect others to behave with restraint if we ourselves display intolerance and aggression. Reasonableness, respect and responsibility must be the norm in the work of this council. I look around and I see a majority of worthy, genuine, dedicated and decent councillors. And so I sincerely hope everyone in this chamber gets the result you deserve from the voters on May the 2nd.
Yeah.
I'll conclude with one line from a poem about life, which I found as a young man and which has influenced me ever since. It's called Desiderata, and I would urge all of you to read the whole poem. But the one line is, avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move this motion and have a seconder in Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Lewis, do you wish to speak? Okay, thank you. Yes, we have an amendment by the Lib Dems. Don't you speak to the amendment?
Yeah, just to, it's not, I think it's a friendly amendment. Yeah, it really, you've accepted it as being friendly. That's really good. I mean, the fundamental change is that we offer the training and we don't, I think the wording suggested it was almost mandatory, and I think it's up to people, a newly elected councillors, to decide whether it was. It also our city MP, well, I always vote against him, so I see him as a city's MP rather than our MP. And similarly, this council's concerns with the collective, to express that to the LGA and to the city MP is fine. But that was just the minor changes which you've accepted. So other than that, Madam Mayor, I suggest everybody votes for the motion.
Yeah.
talking about councillor intimidation, those of you probably don't know that in 2020, when I started being elected, I reported some fly tips in Matson. The chap who fly tipped got caught and is fined substantially. About 2 weeks after, because I posted the pictures of the fly tip and said environmental crime were investigating, the chap cornered me by the shops in Matson. I realised he's quite an aggressive chap, I'd never met him before, and he came to me and he had his hand in his pocket, said, "Go home, F off, PAKI, go home." And he threatened to punch and stab me, which I did record. I sent the video in to council senior officers, and I was told because I was a councillor, there's no duty of care needed as a result, because I wasn't an employee, and to go to the police, which I did. I was also tagged into another email, which Councillor Gravels, who works, I'd like to say he works probably the hardest in the council, which you do. Second hardest. Push. And I also party to an email that I was copied into where he raised a concern about duty of care for councillors against the senior officers, and he was told the same thing. You're a councillor, you're not an employee. So if we're being told that when we're being threatened by people, and the threat of the chap, I Googled him afterwards, and he'd been done for dangerous driving, ABH, hate crimes, GBH, section 18, using a bladed instrument, drunk homophobic attack in Dursley, which was an unprovoked attack, punching and biting his victims. So this was the chap that threatened me, which I had a video of and I sent in. Being told you're just a councillor, not an employee, I don't think that's the right way. I think everyone should be given an opportunity of being safeguarded, whether it's in the chamber, on the streets, or wherever it may be. But I'd just like to make that point that we need to remember that although we're not employees, surely there is some sort of duty of care the council should have on us as individuals. Thank you.
Mr Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to follow on really from what Alistair has just said there about duty of care. I had an incident myself that involved somebody else involved within the council, and it was quite threatening. And when I reported it, I was basically told, when I reported it to the council, well, as a councillor, you need to expect that. Why should we be being told by the council for which we're members when somebody else within that council is bullying and intimidating, that's something that we should expect? That's not really acceptable. And the motion is fantastic, but I think the council needs to lead from the front here. That isn't acceptable to do that sort of thing. If we can't feel protected within our roles and officers don't feel protected within their roles, we don't get this ripple effect of that spreading out. So please, can somebody look at it, take note of it or something? Thank you.
Mr Lewis wish to speak. Oh, sorry, Councillor Trimble.
Sorry, Councillor Trimble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak actually on this motion, but I felt really empowered to speak actually. Aggressive behaviour can come from a variety of individuals, and I never thought I would be standing here today to reflect as an elected councillor and call out the aggressive behaviour that Councillor Morgan actually showed me when I unbeknowingly attempted to deliver my leaflet to Councillor Morgan's door back in 2021. I think this motion is very much the pot calling the kettle black. But that said, I wish you all the best in the future and show no hard feelings. I also show no hard feelings to the former councillor who also, and we all know who, wanted to bury me after getting into a so-called Twitter row with me. I do accept this motion and I do look forward to its impact that it will have on the future council. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Actually, I wasn't going to get up either, but I'm big enough and ugly enough to look after myself, should put it that way. But some of the stuff that I had over Aspire, even Facebook took it down. It was vile. It was not nice. And on that weekend, there was a lot of hysteria and whipping up on social media and photos everywhere and this, that and the other. Nothing to do with me, but I was getting the whole blame for it. I was getting death threats. I once had a death threat for taking part in the Pride March when I was mayor. This stuff has got to stop. Now, this meeting we've had tonight, it's been all unanimous, it's been great, it's got a lot of work done and whatever. This is what we should be projecting to the whole community, right? Cohesiveness to do what's best for Gloucester. We're going to argue, yeah, that's fine, I've got no problem with that. But death threats, stuff that even Facebook wouldn't entertain. I say, I'm big enough and ugly enough to look after myself, and if these anonymous couch warriors, whatever they want to do, want to send me something there, fine, what we do. But there's people in here that wouldn't be quite so, not blasé, that's not the right word, but unruffled by it. I know some people behind me here have been worried about coming into this chamber. There's no way we should have that. I've had people come to me, I've asked them to be councillors or turn and go for it. I'm not sticking my head up, but you get threatened all the time. That should not happen. We're in a democracy, and we're not like Putin, like Steve said. We're not going to, all the opposition is just going to throw him out a damn window. That should not happen, and we should not be harbouring anything like that in this country. All right, so I agree with everything that's in this motion, and I will vote it 100%.
Councillor O'Donnell.
I'd just like to say I've had my fair share of problems with residents of Matson. One actually got quite aggressive, tried grabbing me up. I sorted it out, we were fine. But we are public figures, we are putting our heads above the pulpits and we are targets. Regardless of what anybody does, we are targets. And it kind of comes with the territory, but we do need to be able to turn to the council or each other just to support each other in that way. Now, I do agree with this amendment, this motion. But again, the aggressive behaviour doesn't just happen outside, it happens inside, it happens in this room. Snide remarks and comments, it's very upsetting, but we all need to, like Andy said, to show force together, show people that we can work together, because that is what this city needs. It doesn't need us bickering over stupid shit stuff. We need to be seen to be getting on. But as for the shit stuff outside, I think a little bit more support would be great. It does come to a point sometimes where you're going to end up in a situation where it's fight or flight. And I don't know about you, but I can't run very fast, so that's what's going to happen with me. So we don't need to be put in that position and have no support for it, if that makes sense. But yeah, I support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so if no further...
If there's no further debate, anybody else?
Is it Little?
No? Okay.
It was Little.
Little, did you want to speak? Sorry.
As a councillor, obviously, from every ward, so we got difference between the party. It could be Labour, Lib Dem, Conservative, but everybody's got same goal. We're working for the community. We got to work together. Doesn't matter how you get in through the party. We should work together. Recently, one of the incidents, I wasn't going to share, but I got to share it. As a Muslim, because I'm a Muslim, first British, Bangladeshi, Muslim, Conservative councillor, but I'm serving the same community as opposition serving. So recently we had a problem with the Gaza matter, but as a Muslim, I'm crying. Everybody's crying. And we put the motion, me and Saj put the motion for the ceasefire. So we done our best, but sadly my opposition telling people then conservative government and basically against Gaza, against the Muslim, and which is, I've got shop in High Street, Edward High Street, Muslim are coming, talking to me, so saying all the stuff, so I had to explain them, kind of aggressive. So I didn't want my colleague or whatever you call fellow councillor to do that because it's very sensitive matter. We can do politically talk, debate, which happening here, fantastic. We've got to work together for the better community, but not attacking or using people to attack somebody else or as a councillor. So it's a great mission, Steve, because we need to have a respect each other, protect each other, regardless the party lines, party politics, but we are working for the community, we are working for the Gloucester, everybody, each word. So please have a respect for each other, and I really welcome Steve's motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, any further debate now? Right, back to Councillor Morgan, sum up.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Clearly, from what has been said, I feel validated in bringing this motion to Council tonight for people to express their concerns, but also to express the solidarity that we feel in this council, because, as has been said, we are all working for the same goals for the good of this city.
Yeah.
So thank you, Latu, for your comment. Thank you, Andy, for your comment. I'm not going to comment on the personal attack about something that happened in 2021. So I will just invite all of you to support this motion and send the message loud and clear to the general public, but also the recommendations for the offer of training and advice for incoming councillors. Thank you.
So we're going to vote on the amended motion. Those in favour? I think that's unanimous again. Yes? Okay, thank you. Right, so the next one's number 5 by Councillor Fulham. Is it? You're next. Yes, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a fairly straightforward motion. We've had a debate earlier, so I will try and be brief. We believe that every resident in the city needs to be aware of the climate emergency in Gloucester, and those targets to be, particularly as it affects the wider city, by 2045. And so to ensure that every resident in the city is aware, we believe it would be right and proper to write a letter to every household to make them aware of the climate emergency and of the targets. This is in addition to the already agreed consultation processes which we've agreed to. I understand that writing a physical letter, some people would say, well, that's not an appropriate use of paper because we are talking about climate emergency. I get that, but I do not know of another way to effectively make sure that every resident or every household, at least, in this city is aware of the climate change emergency, what it entails, and how they can take part in the consultation. I believe that is a small price to pay to get that message out there to every household. It affects all residents now and in the future. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
You have a second. Yep. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak now. Yeah, the thing about sending out the paper letter to everybody. By not sending it out and saying, well, we can do it electronically and things like that, and on notice boards, would be exactly the same, really, as not sending out a council tax bill, just emailing everybody or putting it on notice boards and then wondering why people don't pay. And it's because a lot of people are digitally excluded or don't go or see the things that will mean that they will see that. This is really important. We're talking about one letter per household. We're not talking about a letter every month, just one letter per household. And given that Gloucester apparently has really good recycling rates, it's probably not going to be shoved in the bin. It will go in the recycling anyway. And really, that's all I've got to say about it.
We have an amendment from the Conservatives. Councillor Cook, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that Councillor Pullen wants to make sure that as many people as possible are aware of the climate change strategy and are therefore able to comment. I agree with that, but I don't want to be in the sights of the Taxpayers Alliance for sending physical letters to 59,000 houses in Gloucester. The cost of doing that would be quite exorbitant, and it would also probably be quite wasteful, as many would not engage anyway, even if they got a letter. I'm not here to feature in Private Eye either, which would probably mock me for that wastefulness. Similarly, I suspect that people would find so many physical letters would be considered wasteful by those trying to reduce waste as part of their climate change efforts. Yes, some of it might end up in recycling, some of it might get ignored, might go in the bin, might get fly tipped even, but I doubt that everybody will engage in those letters. I agree that we should find as many ways as possible of engaging with the public on this consultation, but the waste and cost of a physical letter is extravagant and, quite frankly, in my opinion, unaffordable. I do have a second,
Yes.
Councillor Ackroyd.
Aye. Do you wish to speak now? Or?
No, I reserve the right, thank you.
Accepted. Councillor Pullen, is that amendment accepted?
Sorry, yeah, we will accept the amendment, although frankly, it does water down the amendment. I take the point, although I question the point about affordability. Can we afford to have in this city people who are not aware of the climate change strategy that we are working towards?
So that becomes a substantive motion and we're going to vote on that.
No, we go to
no
debate.
debate. Anybody else? No. No, okay.
Right, so then it comes back to
Yeah, well, I think I've said everything that I've had to say, so thank you.
So we're going to vote on the amended motion. Those in favour?
It's unanimous again?
Unanimous again, thank you. Councillor Chambers Abuse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is becoming a bit of a theme with me, digital exclusion and things like that. This motion, as I'm sure you've all read, was about the fact that we do have people who are digitally excluded. Not reluctant or anything like that, but actually excluded for whatever reason digitally. Every week we have situations as councillors where we have people saying, well, how do we do this? How do we get in hold of the council? A recent one has been green garden waste bins. People wanting to ring to pay, and they can't ring and pay because it has to be done online. It's not appropriate to say, well, get your child to do it, because that person might not have a child. It's not appropriate to say, well, get a neighbour or someone else to do it. Yeah, do you really want to give your neighbour your credit card details? Yeah, we're preventing people being able to be autonomous within council business and council activity and the things that they need to do. This motion says that we need to promote ways that people can be involved without having to get online and without having to ask other people to do that for them. It's like the other day, and I'm as guilty as this as other people. Someone said to me, well, how do I get the number for the council? And my instant thing, and I actually had to stop myself mid-sentence, was, well, you could Google it. Yeah, we all rely on these things. We all think people have access to it, but people don't. And we need to make this more accessible. There are probably 1,000,001 ways it can be done. And, the council has the ingenuity to be able to do that. So let's do something, please, and do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. It's a bit obvious, isn't it, really? And I tell you what, I will reserve the right. Thank you.
Conservative.
We've got an amendment from the Conservative group. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to move a minor amendment to this motion and having a seconder in Councillor Gordon Taylor. I agree with Councillor Chambers de Bus that ensuring that all residents can transact with the council in the best manner to their needs is critical. The council already ensures that all residents have a variety of communication channels. This includes via the telephone, email, written letter, or face-to-face in a pre-arranged appointment. The council will continue with this commitment. The purpose of channel shift is to ensure that the council can assist those who can transact independently with ease and therefore increase the time that is available for the residents of Gloucester who are the most vulnerable. This is a commitment that the council will be able to continue with the upcoming move to Eastgate, meaning that more council officers will be able to book pre-arranged face-to-face appointments with residents. And I would just say that if a resident ever asked me what the number was for the council, my instant response would be 396 396. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Oh, yes, sorry. Do you reserve the right? Okay. Is the amendment accepted, Councillor? No. Okay.
Okay, so we debate the amendment.
Councillor Taylor, do you want to say anything at all? Because it's
Given the latest off the hour, I'll leave it.
to reply, Chambers, Councillor Chambers de Bus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very quickly, we can't accept the amendment. I struggle with the fact that you're taking out digitally excluded from accessing. May struggle to access. Sounds like people can with a little bit of a push. We shouldn't even be thinking about that. People are digitally excluded, whether we like it or not. And I just feel that the things, even though they're very small amendments, it actually completely negates the point of the motion. And it's stuff that we're already doing that we could be doing a lot better. So that's why we can't accept it. Thank you.
We're going to vote on the amendment. Those in favour, raise your hands.
Nineteen.
19.
That's 19, 17. The amendment is carried.
The amendment is carried. Thank you.
I'm just making up to the member of your group who's just gone already.
Oh, don't call that.
Okay.
Sorry, please. Come on, we need to get this meeting finished, not start. We've been very well behaved up to now. Right, okay.
So that becomes the substantive motion.
That becomes a substantive motion.
And we now see if there's any
Is there
further
any
debate.
further debate on it? Councillor
Wilson.
Yeah, just very briefly. I did notice as well the exclusion of the word digitally excluded, because I think that's quite a key phrase, because I think digital exclusion is something that we'll see a lot more of in the coming years, and it's something it's practically discrimination in many ways. As regards the motion itself, again, I've had good experience of it recently, as you say, in the green bin waste collections. In essence, people who used to normally do it by phone suddenly weren't able to, and then they got a bland letter which didn't have a name on it. It was just to the resident. And if you looked at the back of ways to pay, there was no mention of paying it by phone or paying by check or anything. And that was the first they knew of it. It was a very clumsy way of trying to force them to go online. And I don't think it was really acceptable. A lot of people called, and we managed to persuade the council to restore the ability to pay by phone. So I think we need to give credit for that. But I went round and visited several people and sat with them while they dialed the number. It was a good experience for me because it meant I could see a random member of the public, how quickly they got through and how well it worked. And by and large, it did work well once it had been highlighted. There were one or two people who asked for advice on how they would sort of be able to do this digitally in the future. And I remember one particular gentleman, he went and got his mobile phone, and I had a look at it, and it was still running Android 4, which is I think, about 10 years old. And when we used that phone, it wouldn't work. It was just too old a phone, although he's now since gone out and got a new one, but not everyone will be able to do that. If you look at the 5-year money plan, there is a line in it, I think it's called business transformation. It's not, there's 375,000 saving there. It's not next year, it's the following year. And I think that's mostly trying to do more of our business online, which is fine, and it's what we should be doing. But we must always be mindful that not everybody is comfortable doing that, particularly elderly people. And there's also the question of trust. There's a lot of programs you see on BBC, the sort of consumer type programs about digital fraud, which is rising. And that is making a lot of people very nervous, and quite rightly so, because even relatively new phones, they stop getting security updates after a couple of years. So they are potentially vulnerable, and the older you get, the more susceptible you are to scam callers, etc. So it's something we have to be mindful of, and it's something that we must ensure that we always ensure that people who do not want to go down this road are not discriminated against. And this is really what this motion is about. One last thing, I noticed in the news the other day, there was people are being forced into digital banking, and bank branches are closing. I think it was in Taunton, I'm not quite sure, but there was a banking hub that's being set up, and it's got HSBC, it's got Lloyds, they're all under the same roof. And people then go and do the banking the way they used to, and that's probably the way forward. But we have to be careful. We don't create more barriers, and we don't isolate more people. And we must always be ensured that people are not digitally excluded. And I think really that phrase should have stayed in there. But nonetheless, I would be happy to support the motion, and I hope everybody else will too. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, and my hearing aid's still not working. I voted the wrong way on that amendment, which I didn't actually. That's my excuse to my group leader and the deputy. I'm not too happy with me. But the reason I couldn't support the amendment was because last year I organised in Abbeydale some courses for people who were, guess what, digitally excluded. And that's what we sold the whole series of lessons on, of seminars on people who were digitally excluded. And it is a serious issue all across the city, all across the country. Something that I take very seriously. And it's wrong that people don't have the ability to contact the services in the council that those of us who are not digitally excluded are able to do. So I felt very strongly about that. So that's why I organised some courses. They weren't now well attended, but at least we made the effort and we put the courses on. Worked really well with Gloucestershire Rural Community Council, and they came in and bought some laptops for people to use and all that kind of thing. And I will intend to repeat them, God willing, after May the 2nd. But the other thing which strikes me looking at your notice of motion is what a crazy system we use here at the council sometimes. I'm always told, encouraged, whatever, to use Here to Help. So you email Here to Help, and where does the reply come from? It comes from no reply at gloucesterdev.uk. So what happens then is, guess what? People have to come and knock on my door or ring me up and say, I can't get a reply to the issue I took up with Here to Help, because they send emails out, your council sends emails out saying, from do not reply at gloucester.gov.uk. So it's not very joined up. And of all the motions this evening, I supported all of them, some with a little bit more personal interest and from my own division. And this one really, really hits the spot for the work I've been trying to do in Abbeydale. So I'm sorry, Richard and Hannah, my group forgive me. I don't know what the look is, it's not a good one, but I'm really with you on this occasion.
Sir Hyman.
I just want to pick up, Madam Mayor, on a couple of bit of the wording in the motion. I'm not trying to be trite or anything, and I do support the original motion as it was anyway. But it's just that it seems to infer that all elderly people are digitally excluded. It could come across as that. And we've got an ageing population, and some of us who are of the ageing population are quite okay with IT. You know, I know some people aren't. You know, so it's not just an age thing. You know, and also some younger people, especially with the cost of living crisis perpetrated by the, sort of perpetrated by this government mainly. The cost of living crisis, a lot of younger people finding it difficult to purchase laptops and whatever, or find the bus fare to get to the library. So there's that side of it as well. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
Any further debate? No.
Councillor has the chamber. No, okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I associate with the comments that Councillor Hyman made? I don't think I'm elderly yet, but there are a number of times when something comes across the desk and I have to shout down to my wife, "Ju, can you help me with this? Because I don't know how to do this." I am of a generation where we didn't, I've had to learn IT myself. Anyway, I'm glad we've had the debate. I'm glad we have recognised the term digital exclusion. It exists. Absolutely no question about that whatsoever. The point that Councillor Gravel's made is very, very valid. I get lots of people ringing me up, asking me about such and such council issue, because with the greatest respect, they've tried to call the council, they can't get through. We know that debate, we've had that loads and loads of times, so they ring me. How many other councillors around the room have had that experience? Not, I can't get hold of the council. Oh, well, okay. And what I then have to send an email into the council to sort the issue out. Yes, I do get a reply. Do not reply to this, but at least then I can relate that information back to the resident. Got no problems with doing that. That's what I'm supposed to be doing anyway. That's what we're all supposed to be doing, isn't it? Yeah, representing. I will just leave you with one thought. A resident rang me. She said, "I'm trying to get hold of the Police and Crime Commissioner." She said, "I've rung the police. They don't know his number." Oh, okay. Leave it. Just bear with me. No, listen, hear me out. They don't know his number. Okay. I said, okay, let me see if I can find out. Now, I was online at the time, so I emailed the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and it said, no phone number, please email this address. How hopeless is that? We may not have it right, but there's a message to whoever is the new incoming Police and Crime Commissioner. Can we have a phone number, please?
Councillor Chambers Booth, sum up.
Thank you all for your support, and I'm sorry we insinuated that it's only older people who have problems with IT, because we all do from time to time. But yeah, thank you for your support, and I don't really have anything else to say on that, so thanks.
We're now going to vote on the amended motion.
those in favour?
Those in favour? Okay.
Those against?
Those against?
That's carried.
That's carried, thank you.
Councillor
D. You're withdrawing it. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Councillor Field.
Councillor Field?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and be as brief as I can. I just want to quickly read out the motion so that people know exactly what we're talking about. This council expresses deep concern about the state of many roads and footways in the city of Gloucester. They are riddled with potholes or crumbling to bits. This council notes that Conservative-run Gloucestershire County Council is responsible for the maintenance of the highway network in Gloucester, and this council agrees that it should lobby robustly Gloucestershire County Council to improve the condition of Gloucester's roads and footways to a level acceptable to this council and the residents of this historic city. Madam Mayor, we have a problem in our city at the moment. The roads are riddled with potholes or crumbling to bits. And I know that's the line you want to delete from our motion with your amendment, but it does need to be heard. Now, I know what the response from the other side will be. The Conservative administration will say it is a matter for the county council. But actually, poor road surfaces affect us all. They put people off driving to our city for tourism. They reduce tourism and then it leads to a drop in income in our shops, restaurants and city attractions. Potholes and bad road surfaces damage vehicles, leading to increased claims against the council and then higher taxes for us all. And they affect city council provided services like street cleaning. When roads and drains are full of weeds and have to be cleared out by Ubico, or if they're not cleaned, they contribute to flooding because the drains and gullies are blocked. Poor roads can cause injury and even death to cyclists who hit potholes. Potholes are extremely destabilising when hit by a bike. This is a significant barrier to people taking up cycling or active travel. Now, earlier in the evening, we've just debated how important it is to combat climate change, and cycling could be a major part of helping to reduce emissions, and we should be encouraging it, not making it more difficult. Poor roads also make journeys take longer. They increase traffic jams and therefore emissions when people try to avoid the worst roads in the city. Now, in Gloucester, in October 2023, we were receiving an announcement from the government that it would provide 8.3 billion of extra funding across the country for local road improvements, using money saved from the scrapping of some of the HS2 project. Now, that figure of 8.3 billion seems really generous until you learn that it's only enough to resurface about 2.5% of England and Wales's roads over 11 years. And as city councillors, we all no doubt deal with reports from the public, just as we deal with people ringing us up for the council number. We get people ringing us up or emailing us saying, I don't know who to contact, or they just don't know that the county and the city deal with different things. So personally, I view it as part of the job, like Terry said, to report these poor roads and pavements and potholes in my ward of Podsmead, because they all affect the environment and general upkeep of the ward, and they impact on people's lives. So I've been regularly campaigning on the issues of roads in Podsmead since before I was elected in 2019. And before that, with Jeremy in Kingsholm, when we regularly used to send issues in, such as the state of Horton Road and the cleaning of gullies in the leafy Kingsholm Street. Nowadays, my targets are main routes like Tuffley Avenue and also Podsmead Road and Scott Avenue, which I pushed to get done sooner, and also Laburnham Road, which I've been monitoring and reporting on since well before I was elected in 2019. Tuffley Crescent in Podsmead is even part of the National Cycling Network, but it's in such bad condition at the moment that people don't want to cycle down it. I've reported all the potholes in it, and I've been told they're not bad enough to require filling yet. There is a basic problem with reporting. There is a poor response time and a system of reporting, meaning jobs take longer and they take longer to fix, and the roads get worse while the council are dealing with a report. We've all witnessed, I'm sure, the crazy system of assessing the worst potholes and leaving the others. So it can sometimes need 4 teams to repair 2 adjacent potholes. One to inspect and decide that only one pothole is actually big enough to warrant repair. One team to come back and carry out the repair. A third team to inspect the second pothole 3 to 6 months later and decide it's now big enough to warrant repair. And then a fourth team to repair the second pothole. Are you with me still? So often the repair is inadequate and comes away, or it crumbles, leading to a worse road surface and an even greater need for proper resurfacing. We've all experienced that problem. Now, if the county council are filling record numbers of potholes, it's surely because the problem is getting worse. So they shouldn't be congratulating themselves. They should be doing more to fix this problem. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a second?
Councillor.
Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I will speak, if that's okay. So in spite of all the other hazards we have on our roads, I wonder how many of us are still spending an inconceivable amount of time anticipating potholes when driving around the city. Who needs to pay £5 per dodgem car at a fair, which I must admit I haven't done for many years, when you can swerve around potholes dodging oncoming traffic? The same goes for our footways. It seems when on my daily hike around Westgate, I spend most of my time looking at where I'm treading, so not to trip on loose pavings, than looking at the surroundings around me.
And this is especially the case in the city centre and along Westgate Street and Upper Quay Street. Though anyone would think there's an impending local election around the corner, or is that me just being cynical, as suddenly over the past month we are seeing road closures and diversion signs all in place across the city. Someone told me that 2024 astrologically is the year of transformation. I wait with bated breath whether this is the case for our city's roads and pavements. Personally, I think any work we are seeing now is simply too little too late, and lobbying of Gloucestershire County Council should have been done years ago, and I mean years. You've had time, a lot of time, and you've simply failed. Thank you.
There's an amendment for the Conservative Group. Councillor Cook.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I'm just going to read a few extracts from the amendment to counter what Councillor Field said. This council wants to see the state of many roads and footways in the City of Gloucester improved. And later it says, this council welcomes the Highways Transformation Programme implemented by the Conservative-run County Council, which has seen a record number of roads resurfaced in the last year. The use of new technology and innovation, including the Pothole Pro, spray injection patcher and cold material repairs, as well as the introduction of find and fix gangs. 1 year ago, Councillor Don Morris launched his Highways Transformation Programme to improve the way Gloucester's roads are maintained. Since then, many improvements have been made, with new technologies trialled and new innovations launched. This year, the County Council has resurfaced a record number of roads across Gloucestershire, 220 between April 23 and April 24. There are some major resurfacing works currently ongoing in Gloucester, making a huge difference to the City Council's network. I won't bother to list those because I recognise how late the hour is. But also they've been trialling new technologies and methods. Introduced 8 find and fix teams across Gloucestershire to identify and fix smaller potholes before they become worse and develop into official safety defects. They have also expanded the remit of their repair teams so that they can repair more smaller potholes when they're on site tackling the larger ones. This proactive approach has increased the number of repairs by 10% without using additional resources. More than 32,000 preventative repairs have been carried out since June, tackling potholes early on. A new cold material for repairs has been tested in 2 depots with great success. This material introduces energy savings as it doesn't need to be kept hot, along with a reduction in waste, labour time and travel time. It binds to rough edges, saving time spent cutting around potholes. I'd also point out 80% of work on the highways is from poor work by utilities companies. And the County Council has been cracking down on their poor performance. When work overruns or the quality of repairs is not high enough, the county issue fines and charges. During this financial year, they have issued more than 4,000 fines and charges, raising more than £600,000. And this money is reinvested and helps support the Highways Transformation Team. One final thing I'd just like to say is that there are a number of members in this room who are on the County Council, and frankly, if they feel that there's a problem with the work that the County Council are doing, why aren't they doing something in their County Council jobs?
You've got a seconder. Yeah, seconder.
Do you have a seconder?
It's Justin, sorry. It's Justin. Sorry, it's getting late, I forgot. Do you wish to say anything?
I'll reserve the right.
Okay. Is the amendment accepted?
No.
Councillor Field, no.
Okay.
Debate on the amendment.
So Councillor Chambers was first, then Castle.
Chambers, yeah. Jeremy, wasn't it? And then Donald, yeah.
Chambers to Booth.
Okay, so Councillor Chambers first, please.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if you, it might have been missed that Brendan did put his arm up, but he didn't put it up very well just before me, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. So Jeremy then. Yep. Well, I've gone past it. I've gone past it now. It's 10:30.
Now, not saying.
But we're all hopefully not. Well, we may not be seeing each other again, so let's be nice for the last few minutes. Okay.
Right. Anybody who thinks the state of our roads and footways across Gloucestershire is good seriously hasn't been out in their car and driven around the county's roads. And the roads in Gloucester aren't much better. A couple of years ago, I went all the way to Shetland. And I was absolutely surprised at the quality of the roads. Little single track roads all over the islands, all in perfect condition. And I came back to Gloucestershire and it was pothole ridden, the weeds coming up through the road, the pavements cracking up. It is awful. And we hear time and time again from the Conservatives, we got all this new equipment and it's all going to be wonderful. And we bought this piece of equipment and that piece of equipment and we're going to do it this way. But it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. The roads are still in a state. And interesting, I was asked, have I done something about asking questions at the County Council? Well, on Wednesday, that was yesterday, I had an answer to the question, what is the capital programme for expenditure on the footways across Gloucestershire? £800,000 is the capital budget for the footways in across Gloucestershire. This is an example. I've asked for 2 roads in my patch to have new footways. 310 metres along Lansdowne Road cost £119,000. 185 metres in Malvern Road cost £74,000. The total cost is £193,000. That's 24% of the whole county budget for footways. There isn't any money to repair the crumbling roads and footways that we've got across Gloucester and across the county. Now, the other thing the Tories make a big thing about is they've got £100 million that they've extra invested in a highway network. What they don't tell you that a few years ago it was £150 million for 5 years. That was £30 million a year. This council that we're talking about, at the County Council, the 21 to 25 one, £100 million over 4 years, that's just £25 million. In other words, the Tories at Shire Hall have cut expenditure that they were so proud about on expenditure on roads by 16.6%. That is a massive cut, and it doesn't take into account the fact that the costs of doing the repairs have been hit by inflation as well.
Jeremy,
so anybody who thinks we should vote for the amendment must be mad.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd just like to take this opportunity, just as it might be our last one, to thank all the officers for the work that they've done for us, because they've helped us do our job and they've helped us look like more or less superstars, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to nap all. Exactly. But I've got to say about potholes, they are the bane of our lives half the time. Every day, we're guaranteed to get 5 or 6 complaints about them. Luckily for me, I'm palled up with Ali and Matson from the Right City, and he's managed to organise the pothole team to come out. In Matson, Coney Hill, White City, St Brice, Chequers and even Robbinswood from the 1st of April to the 7th of May. And they're going to do all the potholes. So I, for one, I just think that they got a thankless job, to be fair. I know there's a couple of them, and I've spoken to, who've had some councillors ranting at them because they don't think they're doing their job and things like this. So I do understand how hard it is for them, and they do want to try and help us and please us, but sometimes they just can't do it. And some people take no for an answer. But as regard to the potholes, yeah, we report here to help, but we always try and include an officer in it so that we know it's here to help. But if you're only doing here to help, why are we here? No point doing it any further. So I've got to say, I think the potholes are a major issue, but I think there are ways and means that we can get this sorted. I mean, Ali's managed to sort something out for us, so I'm sure can't see why anybody else couldn't. That's it, really.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just quickly, really, all this investment, into machinery and fixing potholes and how well the team is doing fixing potholes. I think maybe we're living in a parallel universe, because certainly in Moorland, I don't think any have been repaired. Yeah, on our street, the street that I live on, I know this because I've observed it every morning, we're due to have major roadworks. My car grinds out as I drive along on the groove down the middle of the road. It's been cancelled 3 times. Something needs to be done. People do not want to drive around Gloucester because of the state of it. This is our council. This is our city. We need to lobby and put the pressure on and say, look, this is not good enough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel so strongly about this. This new equipment, can you please send it to Long Levens? We have, I know, but okay then. We regularly have meetings, myself, Sarah and Kathy, with the highways. We go there with a page, same old things where we want double yellow lines, potholes, and because Long Levens and Elmbridge Ward is basically 1950s, we need, it's dreadful, the roads and the pathways. We go with this list, and then same month again, or next month, it's the same list again, isn't it, Kathy? And nothing gets done. Nothing gets done. Well, no, over the, how many years, Kathy? I'm sorry. Thank you. We've got another motion, so please keep it brief. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll be brief. Despite the roadworks that we do see happening now, there is still a lot of issues. Many of our pavements are in a shocking condition, making it more of an adventure for some people to step outside their homes. And moreover, we have many visitors to this city, and it's not very welcoming when they risk injury on our pavements or have vehicles damaged by potholes. And I'm sure our Roman predecessors could have done better.
Chamber, sorry, I was just saying we've got a highways crew. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to thank John McGinty for putting up with me for these last few years. I'll give you a clap. He's a really good CEO. He's a good guy. He does a lot of good work outside his personal time as well, with helping with football and stuff. So, and my heart goes out to Tanya, Lauren, and Simon with the democracy. The next few weeks is going to be a very tough time for you, so I wish you all the best. I'll try and not bombard you with freedom of information and being all right. Yeah. Anyway, potholes. Right. Leave my county council alone. They're amazing. They are really, really good. And Jeremy, your point comparing Gloucestershire, because it's Gloucestershire Highways, to Shetland Isles is absolutely ludicrous. Shetland's got a population of 22,000. Gloucestershire's got a population of 634,000 people. Well, it's only 22,000 in Shetlands. Gloucestershire area's 28 times bigger than the Isles of Shetland. The Isles of Shetland is 1,400 kilometres squared. You've got 3,200 kilometres squared in Gloucestershire. And there's only 1,000 kilometres of road in Shetlands, where you've got 5,427 kilometres road in Gloucestershire. To response to Sebastian Fields, what I suggested is speak to the county councillors and the Liberals team. There's a thing called Fix My Street. I've got a leaflet here actually for everyone. It's a really, really good app, and pass it on to the public. Scan it. You're on site, press it, it finds your location. You then take a photo of the issue, list if it's pothole or pavement. It then emails you, you send it back, and you get an update when the job's been done. Potholes, any area gets completed. So if they're not being done in Moorland, obviously the Labour councillors aren't pulling their weight. Sorry about that, but obviously you're not. And the Gloucestershire County Council Highways team are absolutely phenomenal. They're really, really good. I'd like to say that if it's a safety defect, they've got a statutory obligation to do it within 28 days. And being a pothole, to those that obviously don't know your potholes, it's got to be legislation's 40 mil deep by 300 mil wide, size of a dinner plate, depth of a golf ball. If it's any smaller than that on the road, it's not classed as a safety defect, then it won't get done. Pavement things, it's got to be at least 20 mil deep on a pavement, and it can be various sizes. I've actually got the technical handbook, and I'm more than happy to share it with you. It actually makes fascinating reading. But that said, I really don't want to knock Mark Hawthorne and the County Council. They do a fantastic job, and it's very disappointing that a budget, highways, Liberals literally brought nothing to the table. It's a copy and paste budget amendments of the year before. It was comical, to say the least, and I think I did mention that in Chamber. There was nothing of value. You didn't add anything to highways. And in fact, myself, as one independent, added £250,000 into the highways budget for school safety. Well, I think the Liberals moaned about some hedges around some fields somewhere. But anyway, thank you very much. Thanks again, Mr McGinty. I do love you, really. Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Considering the amendment that we've moved has said that we are more than happy to robustly lobby the County Council, considering this is not a City Council issue, it's a County Council issue, please can I ask that we move to the vote? Thank you.
Sorry, I just have to take one issue with the comment. Moorland Labour councillors are on to the County Council all the time about Carlton Road, about Granville Street, about Seymour Road. Councillor Miller, the Conservative County Councillor, had Seymour Road resurfaced a number of years ago, and he said Seymour Road will not, 2 years ago, thank you. 2 years ago, Seymour Road will not need to be repaired or resurfaced for many years to come. Now, I don't know what Councillor Miller means by many years to come, but I've certainly, it's more than two. Pam, you need to go and have a look at it. There are grooves that big. And
Councillors, can I ask, please?
On to the County Council all the time.
Pam, please do not, when somebody's speaking, please do not interrupt. Councillor Ackroyd, would you like to say something?
Hi, yes, just on some good news regarding the potholes. I've had them come out and inspect one that had been repaired and was no good. And they've let me know they're coming out again to redo it, and they're going to inspect it again and redo it again and keep on, and they're going to have a go at the repair guys. So that's some good news. Yeah.
Please.
But so that's good news. They are keeping on top of that.
Field is summing up, and please keep it brief.
Thank you.
You're going to be here to midnight otherwise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep it brief. Thank you for all the comments, and we didn't accept the amendment, but it will go through anyway. It's really important to note that we are very assiduous on this side of the chamber in reporting potholes and highways issues in our wards. I know perfectly well about Fix My Street, thank you, Councillor Chambers, and I use it often, and I know that residents do as well, but sometimes they just don't get fixed. And no matter how many times you report things, and in whichever way you do it, they don't get done. And the County Council need to up their game. They need to, yes, use these new methods and congratulate yourself on all the new methods you're using, if you like, but don't try and pretend the roads are better than they are. Thank you very much.
I'm going to be strict here. This is getting silly. We've spent about 40 minutes on this debate, which is a county council matter, and which was debated in council already this week. Okay. A vote on the amended motion.
Those in favour?
Those in favour, put Padilla, I'm sorry that you're the very end and we haven't got much time, so please could you keep it brief? Thank you.
Amendment, yes.
Last but not the least, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. And I know you all want me to be brief, so I will be. At the recent full council, significant emphasis was placed on addressing the needs of individuals with disabilities, including hearing disabilities such as GP diagnosed tinnitus, Tourette, so on and so forth. Actionable steps were taken, and we all agree that reasonable adjustments be implemented. It's obvious, however, that what we truly need is a comprehensive and inclusive framework or strategy that not only attends to the needs of individuals with disabilities and protect them from all forms of discrimination, but also encompasses the diverse range of protected characteristics. Everyone should be treated fairly regardless of age, whether younger or older individuals, regardless of race, ethnicity, or nationality, regardless of biological sex or gender identity, regardless of religious beliefs or lack thereof, regardless of sexual orientation or perceived sexual orientation, regardless of a person's gender identity or gender expression, regardless of marital status or civil partnership status, regardless on the basis of pregnancy and maternity. This motion aims to revisit the development and implementation of an equality, diversity, and inclusion strategy for our city. And among others, the City Council is asked to acknowledge the importance of expediting the development and implementation of such, and to resolve or to prioritize the allocation of resources to streamline decision-making processes and provide clear directives to expedite the completion of the same. I hope that you will back this motion, considering its all-encompassing nature, and I hope that I'll be supported as I go for this one. Thank you very much. I have a secondary in Councillor Lorraine Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll reserve the right. Thank you.
There's an amendment from the Lib Dems.
Councillor Hyman.
Councillor Hyman, please.
The motion before us calls for an equality, diversity and inclusion strategy. But this council has already agreed an EDI action plan some while back. We had a motion to this council proposed by Tom Cool, seconded by myself and supported by the then cabinet member, Jenny Watkins. The EDI action group, which is officer-led with the representative from each political group invited, already works across the council and the city in furthering the aims of the matters called for in the motion. In order not to further invent the wheel and to show what we are already doing, along with recognising there is always further work to do, I am proposing this amendment. It also recognises the work our officers do on a daily basis. I have suggested that the Cabinet Member for Communities and Neighbourhoods, under whose remit this currently sits, reports back to Cabinet on the work of the EDI working group. This would then become a Cabinet paper and something the Overview and Scrutiny Committee could review. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, in the second.
Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll reserve the right to speak, thank you.
Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Padilla?
With due respect, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Hyman, Councillor Chimno, we are not accepting the amendment on the basis of the fact that what we have is an EDI action plan and not an EDI strategy. And this was confirmed by our former head of culture, Phil Walker, who used to head the steering group. And I think our head of transformation, Ian Stark, is going to take over soon. The EDI action plan comes after a strategy is formulated. So it's clear that there is no strategy.
That's okay. If you don't accept, you don't have to.
Okay.
That's okay,
So
Ray.
we move on
Thank
to
you.
debate. Thank you very much.
I mean, Councillor Cadilla can speak at this point if he wishes to.
Do you wish to say any more? Is that it now? No, Ray? There's no further debate, so you can say.
As I was saying,
an action plan comes after a strategy is formulated. The strategy outlines the overarching goals and objectives, while the action plan simply breaks down the steps needed to achieve these goals. So I would ask everyone to support this so that we can have this as early as we can and have all those who have got protected characteristics truly respected and valued in this part of the country. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pullen, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be supporting this motion, but it is interesting, isn't it, from a Conservative administration supporting EDI. Excellent. And I don't read the Daily Mail, but apparently Jeremy Hunt has told councils to scrap woke diversity schemes to save taxpayers money. Town halls will be ordered to ditch woke diversity schemes as part of budget plans to save council taxpayers money. I think you need to get on to Jeremy Hunt and tell him either he's got the wrong idea or you've got the wrong idea.
Any other debate on the amendment? Alistair Chambers.
The irony, Labour using the Daily Mail for them, and then when it's against them, they say it's a load of rubbish.
I don't read
sorry. Secondly, if Conservatives, if that is true, when you set it's not when it suits you, when it is, when it doesn't, that's just really confusing. But either way, the point of the story is Conservatives have gone against national policy because we're a fantastic council looking for the interests of everyone involved in our city. So well done, Conservatives, going against national policy led by the top man, Andrew Gravels, MBE, didn't you know?
Any other debate on the amendment?
Councillor Trimble,
Councillor Trimble, do you wish to speak?
No.
We're going to go to the vote on the amendment.
those in
Those-
on the amendment. Yeah,
Yes.
you now debate the amendment.
Richard's ready to go.
Right, those in favour of the
Amendment. Right, okay.
17, 19, 14, okay, 14. Those against?
Those against?
Right, the amendment's lost.
The amendment's lost.
No.
We go back to the original motion.
Any debate? on the
Any
original-
further debate on the original motion?
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Oh, Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's going to be really quick. And apologies if Ray mentioned this, but there's one thing that I wanted to add into this sort of diversity conversation is neurodiversity and accepting diversity of thoughts and those kind of things. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Well, my colleagues have covered everything very well, and just to add that it's been a privilege to join and to sit alongside a very diverse administration. So it's been my pleasure and my privilege. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Sum up, yeah. With an EDI strategy, this council will be able to foster inclusivity and will be able to ensure equitable opportunities for our people to thrive. In the same vein, without a comprehensive equality, diversity, and inclusion strategy in place, our efforts to combat discrimination in all its forms, including hate crimes, will be significantly hindered. I ask everyone to support this motion.
We're all going to vote. This is the last time for some of you on the original motion. So those in favour? Come on. Goodwill amongst men. Those against?
Those abstentions?
Those abstentions?
Okay, that's carried.
That's carried. Good night.